Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. The 2026 ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup on SEN Cricket.
This is one of those games of cricket that you just don't want to stuff up if you're Australia. They're playing against the host Sri Lanka from Kandy, and it's going to be an absolute ripper. Thank you to Johnny Donoghue and Chuck Berry for their work across that England game. They got the job done over Italy, if only just. But now it is time for the main course, as they termed it. It's Australia versus Sri Lanka. It's not quite do or die. If Australia loses, there still is an avenue to get to the Super 8s. If Australia wins, that avenue is a hell of a lot bigger. We'll explain all that and more over the next few minutes as we prepare for Sri Lanka versus Australia. Joining me in commentary tonight, as he did last night, is my new ball partner, my very good friend, and my loyal sparring partner, Bharat Sundaresan. Baz, welcome to you.
Thanks, Tommy. This time last year, we were in Sri Lanka when Australia and Sri Lanka were playing each other. In those 2 test matches in Galle, how can you ever forget those? And I stayed back for the 2 ODIs there. Just like I went early in 2022 for the white ball stuff in Colombo before and Kandy before we moved to Galle for the test series back then. And I bring that up only to say that Sri Lanka have the wood over Australia and white ball cricket of late, on home soil that is. So this is going to be interesting. We are not at the Premadasa anymore, or not for this game anyway. We've kind of gotten used to what the pitches have been like over there. We saw it in the last game that Australia played and lost to Zimbabwe. And we saw it last night in that India-Pakistan blockbuster. So this is different. Palakeli, higher altitude, different conditions. Probably we'll have to wait and see. The first thing I can say is Mitch Marsh is back.
He's back, and he's out in the middle for the toss with our very good friend Mark Howard.
Dean Koska, the match referee, and the representative from Hyundai with the coin. If you could hand it over to the home skipper, thank you. Now soon we'll do the toss. Mitch will call.
Heads is the call. Come down at tail. We're going to board.
Come down as a head. Nice to see you, skipper. What are you going to do?
We're going to bowl first.
Now, a tremendous game for you. You've won both games. You're playing in front of a home crowd. An enormous night for Sri Lankan cricket.
Yes, of course, one of the most important games in the competition as well. So, yeah, we are looking forward for that.
Any changes for your side?
One change, Kusal Janit comes in for Kamil Mishara.
So a change at the top of the order?
Yeah, top of the order.
Okay, best of luck, skipper.
Thank you.
And Mitchell Marsh, for an enormous game for the Australians. Firstly, nice to see you. Mitch, all okay? You're back in business?
Yeah, all okay, mate. Ready to go tonight.
An enormous game. Obviously, the World Cup gets to a knockout, but in many ways, it's knockout for you tonight.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a big game. I think every game in the World Cup comes with great responsibility, and we weren't our best last game, but we look forward to tonight, and it's going to be a great challenge.
And changes for your side? A few changes?
Yeah, myself, Clipper Conley, and Xavier Bartlett come in.
Okay, best of luck tonight, Mitch.
Thank you. Cheers.
So the toss has been won in the middle by the home side, and Sri Lanka have chosen to field.
Okay, let's get straight to it then, Baz. This Australian 11 is intriguing. So we can go through it one by one, but the big ticket items, and Mitch Marsh is in to open the batting. We expected that as soon as he was past fit. That's no surprise to partner Travis Head. There is no Steve Smith. There is no Matt Renshaw. And I think probably the most logical one is that Ben Dwarshuis is out and Xavier Bartlett comes back in. And that it's an interesting one that Cooper Connolly has replaced Matt Kuhnemann. What are your thoughts?
A couple. Firstly, I think it's a sign that with the Cooper Connolly call-up that they feel like maybe they need a little more bowling.
A little bit more batting.
Batting and a bit of bowling as well. I mean, with Matt Renshaw, you had someone playing that role in the middle order where, he wasn't good. I mean, he could bowl, but he had what he did. But maybe it's a sign that they need a bit more left-arm spin, maybe a bit for control. Maxwell went for runs the other day. And I don't know how much of that it might have played a role. And let's look at Sri Lanka's batting lineup as well. It's a good mix of right-handers and left-handers. So I wonder how much of that played a role in it as well. So that's my and probably they've also gone with a combination that they feel has worked for them in the long run. I mean, what brought them to the party, if that makes sense. And they've taken a big risk, and this selection committee has shown the gumption almost to do that midway through a tournament. They left out Alex Carey after just one game in the 2023 World Cup. And here they've taken a call on Renshaw. I mean, it's hard on Matt Renshaw. I mean, he's got more runs than any other Aussie batter in the tournament so far in the first 2 games. And he was probably the only shining light in that loss against Zimbabwe the other day. So, yeah, I mean, big call on him. But yeah, I think, I mean, just looking at that batting lineup. Oh, where's it gone? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think where do you see Cooper Conley slotting in now that Mitch Marsh is back? Yeah, I think he drops in at number 7.
He does, yeah. So Connolly replaces Kuhnemann. So they clearly want more batting there. Yep. And then Renshaw goes out because he's essentially the last batter in. So Mitch Marsh essentially replaces Renshaw in the team and everyone else drops down.
Yep.
That's how they formatted it. And then Dwarshuis and Bartlett is sort of like for like. So they clearly feel like they don't need that anchor that Renshaw is because they are batting deeper. So hey batters, go harder because we've got Cooper Connolly in now down the order and not
that makes more sense. Yeah. I mean, I got that wrong. I didn't realize it was Kuhnemann who was out. I thought he came in directly in for Renshaw. So, that makes sense. Yeah. So these late nights get to you. I'm running on 2 hours sleep. I told you the car broke down first thing in the morning. So show me some mercy. But no, you're right. I mean, that just makes more sense. And what I said earlier, I mean, they've gone in with what's worked for them. Is that freedom with which they're batted. And now that Mitch Marsh is back, they're basically telling their big hitters, just go out and do what's worked in the last 18, 20 months, where Australia did have a great run. They won 16 out of 20 games before that India series. From that point on, they've lost more than they won. So they've gone in that direction. And I think it makes sense to me. I mean, and also maybe their read of the conditions. We'll have to wait and see what they think of the pitch here, because historically Palakele has been different to what you get in Premadasa, which is low and slow. Palakele at times can have that extra bounce, and by extra bounce I mean the ball can come onto the bat a little more, which will suit the Australians.
So Sri Lanka made 235 or 225 here against Oman just a few days ago. Australia made 263 here against Sri Lanka in 2016. So if you bat first, you can go big. But on this occasion, Sri Lanka have decided to field first and chase. We're going to talk about the ramifications of this game a little bit after the break as well. I want to talk more about Steve Smith and what that conversation would have been behind the scenes now that he's officially in this squad. This is the 2026 ICC T20 World Cup on SEN. Thanks to Remitly, Worldwide Money Transfers and Henley Homes. We're going to have a bit more of a chat after the break as Sri Lanka has won the toss and they've sent the Aussies into bat.
SEN's expert coverage of the ICC T20 Cricket World Cup for Host Plus. Named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
The Cricket World Cup feels like a reunion with friends and family following the action, even from different sides of the world. And when the match ends and your thoughts head home, stay close with Remitly. Great rates, fast transfers, and secure delivery. Download the Remitly app today and stay close wherever you are.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions, others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
At Tyre Power, you get the power of better buys on big brand tyres. Right now, you can keep the cost of living down with a better buy on big brand Falcon or Dunlop tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on a great range of Falcon and Dunlop tyres suitable for passenger and SUV vehicles. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon and Dunlop tyres. Big brands, better buys and better for your safety too at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
Hidden Gems of Melbourne. Prince Wine Store in Bank Street, South Melbourne. Wine Enthusiast magazine has voted Prince Wine Store in the top 10 iconic wine stores in the world. The only store in the Southern Hemisphere to be chosen. Up to 4,000 wine lines, or wine regions of the world, from $10 to $10,000. You'll find the perfect wine at Prince Wine Store, bringing Melburnians the greatest wine in the world. Delivering Australia-wide, princewinestore.com.au.
Stop by Metro Petroleum and cool off with a Mr. Whippy ice cream cup. Try all fun flavours for $3.50 each or 2 for $6. A limited time only deal. Need an energy fix? Introducing Solo Energy, the tangy, refreshy solo taste you know and love, now combined with guarana and caffeine. Crush whatever's next with a Solo Energy 500ml Epic 2 for $8 deal. Available now at all participating Metro Petroleum locations, February 1st to 28th.
Dreaming of lower energy bills? Then wake up to Crowns Electrical and Solar. Fully Australian owned, they've been selling, supplying and installing solar technology for over 12 years. In fact, they do it all and have been powering up the savings for households right across Metro Melbourne and regional Victoria. And you could be next. Don't wait, you can join thousands of other satisfied customers. Visit crowselectrical.com and power up your savings and win big with lower energy bills. That's CROWLZ.
REC 22623.
Whatever your garden needs this season, there's a tool for the job, and Cyclone makes it. From pruning to planting, edging to aerating, Cyclone tools are built tough, easy to use, and trusted by Aussies for nearly 120 years. And with a lifetime guarantee, you know they're made to last. Conditions apply. Find Cyclone tools at Bunnings, Mitre 10, or your local independent hardware store. Cyclone tools, the right tool for every job, every time.
Luxury Escapes is home to the world's best holidays. Discover hand-picked getaways packed with unbeatable value, exclusive inclusions, and experiences you'll never forget. Experience sparkling infinity pools and unbeatable sunset views from the stunning clifftop resort Ayana Sagara, Bali. Nestled amid 90 hectares of tropical forest, enjoy massages, daily buffet breakfast, unlimited rounds at Ayana's 18-hole golf putting course, and more. 5 nights from $2,499. Save up to 65%. Book now at Luxury Escapes. T&Cs apply.
If you're looking for a new Kia, don't miss out on Werribee Kia's last remaining 2025 plate clearance. These prices will not be repeated. Brand new cars, Stonic S, Seltos S, K4S, all under 30,000 drive away. And there's a handful of Tasman Utes Auto Turbo Diesel left at just $39,990 drive away. Last chance only at Werribee Kia. They make buying cars easy. That's why they're Australia's #1 Kia dealer. Why go anywhere else? Call now 1300 buy Kia. LMC D114.
For Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. And for Henley Homes, hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. The 2026 ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup on SEN Cricket.
Tom Morrison, Bharat Sundaresan with you. Sri Lanka have won the toss. They've elected to field first at the Pallekele Stadium in Kandy, sending Australia into bat, which would be a crucial call given how significant this game is, particularly for the Australians, but also for Sri Lanka as well, if they do lose. So, broadly speaking, you don't need to take notes with this. Broadly speaking, if Australia wins, then they're in with a fighting shot to go through. It's not entirely in their hands, but it's very much in play that they can make the Super 8s. If they lose, it's not done, but it's going to be very difficult for them to go through as well. They do rely on other results. So Now you can take notes if you want. If Australia wins against Sri Lanka tonight and then it beats Oman, it will come down to net run rate. If then Sri Lanka beats Zimbabwe and Zimbabwe beats Ireland, then if Australia and Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe would all end up at 6 points, and obviously only 2 of them would go through. But if Australia loses and then defeats Oman, then they need Zimbabwe to lose to Sri Lanka and Ireland and hope they have a better net run rate than Zimbabwe and Ireland as well. So it's not do or die per se, Baz, but it's a significant game for Australia. And if they are going to progress, realistically, they probably need to win tonight.
Yeah, I mean, and this has become the most interesting group out there. I mean, the what was it called? Group D, was it? With South Africa, New Zealand and Afghanistan in it. Was being built up as the group of death, as every World Cup needs one, whatever sport we're talking about. But I think this is the one that has turned into probably the most exciting group in terms of results. And that's purely because you have had one upset with Zimbabwe having beaten Australia. The other groups, like we spoke about it, Group A yesterday, the US could still sneak through if Namibia beat Pakistan, but that's a tall order there. So you're right. I mean, Zimbabwe, if anything, are in a very strong position. And Sri Lanka and Australia both, for both of them, losing this game would be significant because Sri Lanka have Australia here and Zimbabwe next. And Zimbabwe flying high the way they're playing. And then the pressure will be completely on Sri Lanka. That'll be a must-win game for them against Zimbabwe. And not to completely right off Oman. The advantage that Australia have with the schedule is, even if they lose this, the worst case, yes, they'll have to depend on some other results. Which would firstly involve Ireland beating Zimbabwe. That's the only way they go through. If they lose here, Zimbabwe losing to Sri Lanka and Ireland, I must say. But they have Oman last, so they can manipulate the net run rate in the way they want it to. And as I can see on the TV screen, Andrew McDonald is not the most vocal of coaches, but he's really laying down the law there in the Australian team huddle. They know how important this is. Their batting has to fire. I think they will prefer, like I said earlier, playing or batting in Pallekele than in Colombo in those conditions. This is a used pitch. There is one very short boundary I'm reading, so that could come into play as well. So it's just 68 meters on one side and 80 meters down the ground. So 66 meters on one side and 68 on the other. So those are shortish side boundaries. It's not the Premadasa, which is a much bigger stadium.
So the big talking point today was that Steve Smith has been added to this Australian T20 squad, replacing Josh Hazlewood, which I completely understand. They've clearly made a determination that they have enough seamers there, in specialist seamers in Xavier Bartlett and Nathan Ellis, and also Ben Dwarshuis, and they don't need a fourth. When you add Stoinis and Cameron Green, that makes sense. The challenge is always going to be for Steve Smith to fit in for this team, though, because they see him as a backup opener. And if he was going to play Baz, he would have had to replace one of Maxwell or David or even Green, even though that's not like for like. And look, I can see both arguments, but they've spent 2 or 3 years preparing for this T20 World Cup, 2 years, with David and Maxwell firmly in mind, to then renege on that and go with Steve Smith on BBL form as an opener. It would have been a significant call. What do you make of it?
I actually don't see the other side of the argument at all, to be honest. So just to play devil's advocate there, the only way Steve Smith was going to come into this squad was if there was a top 8 order vacancy, is what I felt. But they brought him in for Josh Hazlewood purely because of how this tournament's gone, in my opinion. And secondly, once Mitch Marsh was fit, the Steve Smith cannot replace Glenn Maxwell. I know Glenn Maxwell hasn't scored a lot of runs, but Glenn Maxwell gives you overs in the power play. And he plays a different role, which is not Steve Smith's role. I don't think you can see... he's one of the greats of the game, Steve Smith, but to see 3 or 4 BBL innings and at the top of the order at the SCG or on Australian pitches, and then to say, but he can play the same role at number 6 is like kind of a little confusing.
No, it would be if he was going to be, it would be number 3 or number 4, wouldn't it?
It had to be number 3.
Whichever means
4.
Everyone else shuffles down and one spits out at the end, whether it's a day. And there might be an argument that Tim David is underdone, but if he's fit, he's fit. And you've got to play him because he's in the best team.
He is. You're just talking about it last game. He averaged 49 with the bat and with a strike rate of 197. He's one of the most dangerous batters in the world in this format. Yes, he didn't fire the other night, but that was never going to happen. So if Mitch Marsh wasn't fit, then 100% Steve Smith's playing today. There's no doubt about it. But once that wasn't the case, I don't think they were going to disturb that top 3 of Head, Marsh and Green. Not to forget Green, like he did the previous game, will give them a couple of overs here and there.
So Matt Renshaw's done well in both games, particularly the last game. But clearly he's been squeezed out because they feel as if their whole setup is built. And since they did poorly at the last World Cup, they have made a concerted effort to pick a batting order that's going to go hard for the entire 20 overs. And Matt Renshaw sort of flies in the face of that, despite his runs in the recent game. So it almost feels like Matt Renshaw could have got 80 off 60 and he'd still be making his way out of that team. It's a fascinating discussion regardless, Baz. And I do see both arguments and I can understand both arguments. But for Matt Renshaw to be the last one in, it makes sense he's the first one out.
Totally. And as soon as Mitch Marsh was fit to come back in, they had to squeeze one batter out. And it was going to be the one skill batter that they have in that middle order. The guy who, you can argue that Renshaw can give you a couple of overs of tall off spin, but you wouldn't want to go that way, right, in a crucial World Cup game. It was always going to be him. He wasn't even part of the squad to start with. I mean, we're talking about something very different. If he had taken them home against Zimbabwe,
different story.
They're very different story. I mean, you are coming off a loss. Don't worry. Don't forget. So when you lose, those kind of performances, like, I mean, he top scored, but he didn't get the job done. So, there was that made him kind of or his place vulnerable to start with.
It is interesting to see Steve Smith part of an Australian squad and not in the 11. He's carrying drinks. He's an all-time great of the game, but this is a format that has not been his best format over the years. He's now committing to it. He wants to get to the 2028 Olympics. Yeah. And it will be a storyline that when Australia wakes up tomorrow, particularly if this team loses tonight, will be a big story, regardless of the logic or pragmatism behind it.
Yeah,
it will still be a big story.
It depends on how much T20 cricket and white ball cricket you do follow. I mean, the majority of voices that have just blindly said, no, Steve Smith has to play based on 3 or 4 innings in the BBL. And I mean, look, this is not me. This is me. I mean, I talk up Steve Smith more than most people. But there's no doubting his greatness in the game. But when you're talking about someone who's not been picked in the IPL for 2 or 3 years, I mean, there are scouts now. T20 cricket has gone to the next level, Tom. I mean, there is a reason why he's not been viewed as the way he was for the longest time. And he used to captain sides in the IPL for the longest time. So, I mean, he's broken the door down and earned his spot back, which is very, very fair. But it's dependent, or he's only come in because of a lot of injuries. And to just expect him to play just because he's Steve Smith and he's made runs in 3 BBL games, I don't see that argument at all. But it also kind of tells you how little white ball cricket is consumed in Australia. I'm the first one to put my hand up. I'm not one of the biggest consumers of white ball cricket here either, but it's just a sign of what Australia have done when they were successful. You're talking about a team which won 16 out of 20 games before they got into that India series where they lost 2-1. And Pakistan series, I almost say you can write it off. I mean, they were trying new players. It wasn't even their full-fledged squad in alien conditions for a lot of them. So that you just write off. So it's still a form team. Yes, they've gone down to Zimbabwe. We were there when they did go down to Zimbabwe. But, I mean, the knives can be out if they go down tonight. I still think Australia go into this contest as firm favourites, even though they lost the previous game to Zimbabwe. And even though they're playing in Sri Lanka, you just have to look at Sri Lanka's World Cup record in recent times. It's not been very flash.
No, that's right. And their record against Australia overall is pretty poor as well over the journey. All eyes on Glenn Maxwell, though. I don't think he's got a spot in this team until the end of the tournament if Australia loses and he continues to fail. I know he made a run of ball 30 in the last game, but that's the slowest 30 that he's ever scored in a white ball match across franchise, state, and international cricket, which just tells you that he's trying to find his form. And so I'm worried about him. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm worried about him. Yeah. Let's go to the national anthems.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. With golden soil and wealth of toil, our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty.
There it is, the national anthems. The national anthems for both teams playing out. So the 11 for Australia, Marsh, Head, Green, Inglis. David at 5. Stoinis has recovered from his finger injury at 6, which is good news. Maxwell at probably his best position at 7. Cooper Connolly with some batting depth and some left-arm orthodox at 8. Xavier Bartley can hit it at 9. Nathan Ellis can certainly bat at 10. And then Adam Zampa at 11. Baz, tell us about this Sri Lankan 11. Who can we expect will be a thorn in the Australian side?
Yeah, I mean, Pathum Nissanka is a danger man at the top. They're a bit like Pakistan. They're not the most power-centric batting lineup. So, like I said yesterday, they'll like to chase the total, or they'll fancy themselves when the total is under 180. Kusal Pereira, who's been around for a long, long time, has been brought back into the side at the top of the order. He's dangerous. So Nissanka and Pereira will give them that early impetus. Kusal Mendes is probably their best batter. And then Pawan Ratnayake has been brought in. He's yet to fire in this tournament. Dashun Chanaka, captain, probably their 6th hitter, and he'll bowl a couple of overs as well. Coming to Mendes, wasn't an original member of this, or he's playing ahead of Charit Asalanka, who was captain till very recently. So he'll provide some batting in the middle. I think I'm looking forward to seeing Dushan Hemanta. He's the one who's replaced Wanindu Asaranga, who went down, and John and I called the first Sri Lanka game against
with a hamstring.
Ireland with a hamstring. He still bowled, he scored and got wickets. Dunit Welalage, the first time he broke onto the scene was against Australia in 2022. And I know for a fact that everyone from Warner to Steve Smith was impressed with the young left-arm spinner. So he'll be a threat if there is any turn. There'll be pace from Dushmanta Chamira, and Matisha Patirana is probably one of the best death bowlers going around. There's a lot for Chennai Super Kings. Bowls like Malinga, nails his Yorkers. And Mahesh Tikshara will, as he always does, take the new ball and bowl 2 or 3 overs in the power play with his quickish off mystery spin, like finger spin, like the ticklish spin that he bowls.
Whatever it is, it's very good.
It is really good. And
excellent summation, Baz. Excellent, very good. An eye on Travis Head here, Bharat, as well. Last time I said this, he went out and dominated the Australian summer, but he averages 13 in his last 12 T20 international innings, high score of 31. If there is a time where this Australian order and 11 starts to click, it has to be now. They would have liked it to be a bit later in the tournament.
Yep.
They played okay in the first game, got the job done. They were poor the other night against Zimbabwe. They're now playing a much more fancy Sri Lankan team at home. It's about time it clicks. And if it doesn't click, then they're in trouble.
They are in trouble. I mean, it has to click. You're right. It just felt so far like all their key batters have just, I mean, whether it's losing form or not, but just haven't fired and all together. Travis said, you're right, hasn't set the tournament alight yet. So he generally comes to the party when Australia need him the most. And Mitch Marsh will just be happy to be back. I mean, they're not having him at the top of the order to kickstart the tournament has been a bit of a loss. So this month, the Chamira, who's been around for a long time, he'll bowl genuine pace, and he'll get a bit of extra bounce as well here in Palakiri. So the Australians shouldn't mind that extra pace. If anything, that's what they would prefer coming at them.
A few text messages coming through, 0433 98 11 16 from Shane. Yes, we can read out anything you want against the ACB, also known as Cricket Australia. He thinks Smith should be in. Ridiculous. Has he annoyed someone at the ACB? He says, always been a bully boys club. That's Shane from Mentone. No, it's Cricket Australia, and they're just picking the team they think is going to win, and we'll judge on the results. So here we go. First ball of Australia's third group game. Marsh is back and defending into the offside for no run. And I imagine, Baz, it will fill Travis Head, maybe even subconsciously, with a bit more comfort that he's got Mitch Marsh at the other end. Nothing against Josh Inglis, but Marsh and Head is the T20 opening partnership that he would have expected to have at the start of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's become the 50-over combination as well, hasn't it? Like, they just vibe with each other because on days when Head doesn't come off, it's generally Marsh who gives them the quick start. It's a bit like when Warner and Aaron Finch were at their peak. So they've just formed this great pairing. So he'll be happy for Marsh to be back, and also for Mitch Marsh to take back the captain's armband.
Chamira steaming in. Right arm over the wicket, bowling to Marsh. Back foot drive for at least a couple. In fact, that's 4. Backward point. Mitch Marsh wastes no time getting into the act. He's got a steely look in his eyes, and the Australians are off and running with a boundary.
Yeah, I mean, two things. A, Mitch Marsh is bringing some form into this tournament. And B, I think all the Australians will see that shot and go, maybe this is more a truer pitch to bat on than what we have had in Premadasa so far in this tournament. The Travis Head is nodding at Mitch Marsh as well. It's the kind of pitch that he will thrive on.
The timing to play at this venue is perfect for the Australians. More pace, more bounce, more run-friendly. The stats prove that over the last couple of years, not just this tournament, where there's been one game when Sri Lanka made 225 against Oman. So here comes Chimera again. He bowling to Mitch Marsh. He's defending. No swing, no seam. Scampering through for a single to mid-on. Brings Travis Head on strike, Baz. Good to see you again tonight, Baz. I enjoyed last night with you. India, Pakistan. We've got some more games together as well. Yep. New ball tomorrow night. I saw you were doing some podcasting this morning. You've had some car issues. I'll carry you through if you're a bit tired, but I'm sure you'll perk up at the right time.
I'll be fine. Once the cricket's on, we're on. I was, so I got home by around 5 a.m. my time. I went to bed around 5:15, was woken up at 7:45 because my wife's car had broken down. So I had to go sit in her car till the tow truck came in.
Hello to Isha, I'm sure you're listening.
No, she's not.
Loves the cricket. She's a new bowler. So the first ball Travis Head will face. As I said, his form in T20 cricket over a while now has been down. On the leg stump, flicked over mid-wicket. Travis Head, one bounce four. It was a leg stump half volley, but Head was good enough. Balanced at the crease. Dispatches it for his first boundary. Australia none for 9.
Well, ball coming on. Pitch playing through. Travis Head could just hit through the line there. Not something which was easy to do at the Premadasa. All timing there and his quick hands doing the damage. So Australia would really like this start. Just 5 balls into the innings, but they like what this pitch is doing. They like how their batters are going.
Under pressure now, Chimera. First ball, first over the innings. He's gone for 9 with 2 balls remaining. Hits Travis Head on the pad. They might even scamper through for 1. They do. Just trickles down to short third man. There was half an appeal for LBW, but there's no way that ball pitched in line.
No.
And it's probably missing leg, and it might even be going over as well.
Yeah, it was on the hop as well, Travis Head. So
he does hop, doesn't he? He stays leg side of the ball, which is perceived as a weakness, Baz, but in Test cricket at least, it's actually become his strength because it means he can cut and drive from the stumps. And you would think against the new ball in Test cricket, that would cause him some issues, but certainly from a small sample size this summer, he looked more than accomplished.
Oh, very much so. I think it's just the extra dimensions to his batting that he's brought in, where he can score so much more through square leg and mid-wicket these days. That just made him even more dangerous than he already was.
Last ball of the first over of this group game. Mitchell Marsh pulls it over wide mid-on. He's seeing him well. That has gone all the way for 6. Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head. Welcome back, sirs. Where have you guys been? None for 16 from 1 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
RJ Sanderson and Associates. Taxation, business and self-managed super fund specialists. Take the stress out of tax and get your complimentary 2026 tax tips from rjsanderson.com.au.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Australia lost the toss, sent in, none for 16 from 1 for Ridley, worldwide money transfers. Bharat's here for Host Plus. We've got some spin, Baz.
Yep, Mahesh Theekshana is pretty much a new ball bowler in T20 cricket, and he's done this throughout his career, and he's got a decent record against Australia.
So he's bowling right arm off spin, technically. Around the wicket to Travis Head, slides on with the arm. Inside half of the bat to mid-on for no run.
So just on the basis of, when we spoke about the pitch and how different the conditions are here to Premadasa, I mean, just some of those shots in that first over, that first boundary, more than even the 2 sixes, was a sign that You can you just hit through the line. You can trust the pace.
It's got a green tinge to it. This pitch. Travis Head goes back to cut, but again it slides on into him. And all he can do is block it back to the bowler. Big crowd rolling in as well. Geez, look at that, Baz. We were in Sri Lanka last year and the chaos. I mean, you'd be used to it given you grew up in Mumbai. I was not used to it.
Wait till you come to Mumbai next year.
Show me around, Baz. So, Thikshana, right arm around the wicket to Travis Head, outside edge of the bat, beats the man at short third man and goes for 4. That is a quick outfield. Didn't do a lot wrong, the bowler or the fielder. Travis Head gets his second boundary, none for 20.
Yeah, dragged him wide outside off stump on that occasion, did Thikshana. Travis Head kind of tried to slap it sort of over the bowler, if anything. But yeah, got an edge, and it was a genuine edge. Just went to no man's land and just sped away, like you said. That's a quick outfield.
Yeah, looks like it had top spin on it. Picked up speed as it ran towards the boundary. Travis Head's not going to sit and wait for this. Drives it through the covers for 4. Shot of the day so far. He leant into it, Travis Head. It's right off the middle of the bat and dissected the field.
Yeah, we're still just into the second over of this innings, but Australia just look hungry to make a statement. A lot has been said about their performance in the early goings of this tournament. It was against Sri Lanka in 2023 in that 50-over World Cup when they were 2-0 that they came back into the tournament. And they'll want to do that again 3 years later.
2 balls remaining in the second over. Travis Head's guiding this ball to backward point. There's a bad misfield. Really poor, allows Mitchell Marsh to get on strike, which is also dangerous. None for 25 from 1.5.
But once again, just the ease with which Travis Head could just go back and guide that ball. Again, trust the pace of the pitch and not get caught in his crease or just be a bit too early on the shot. Tells you that the Australians liking what they're seeing. And wow, look at that crowd.
Queuing up to get in. 9-year-old won't settle, so we're going to watch with you, lads. So Mum get some sleep. That's James in Nagambi. Thank you for doing so if you are.
Thank you,
11 or 12 seconds is the SEN sync time. Enjoy that. If you're driving along, hello to you as well. Thikshana bowls to Marsh. Back in the crease, drives to mid-off for no run. None for 25 from 2, the Aussies. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, you trust the tyre experts.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
Do you require a pintle hook for your truck or a towing eye for the trailer? Rogers Willex manufactures a range with a capacity up to 13 tonnes. Order online now at rogerswillex.com.au. Rogers Willex, engineered to perform and built to last since 1896.
We're here for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders and come back to us. Henley.com.au. Hello to Tony and the team. Bharat's here for Host Plus. We're here for Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. Australia's made a bright start, a really bold start. Almost like they're trying to prove a point. Marsh and Head, I think fairly clearly, are Australia's 2 best T20 batters.
Yep, and this will be a different challenge though. Pathirana will use his variety. He'll go full very early as well. Doesn't mind starting with a Yorker.
Yep.
With a Yorker.
His right arm medium pace. Ambles in. He's got that slinging action that the Australians haven't seen before at this level. And it goes through to the keeper. Many have faced him in franchise cricket, but I don't think he's actually played against Australia, if I'm right.
Yeah, but I mean, these guys, most of the Australian batting lineup play in the IPL.
Yeah.
So they would have seen a lot of Pathirana over the years, for the last 3-4 years anyway.
I'll probably do some more research, but I assume there's some sort of inspiration from Lasith Malinga as he was growing up.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of little Malingas who popped up in the last 10 years.
5th runner bowls, that's well outside the off stump. That'll be a wide in Test cricket, let alone this T20. Richard Kettleborough extends his arms.
Yeah, so
Raza, the other umpire tonight.
Generally, you'll see Pathirana bowl 1 over in the power play and then come back and finish in the death. He'll bowl. That's how MS Dhoni has used him for Chennai Super Kings over the last few years. And he's created quite a reputation for himself doing that. I mean, look out for the Yorker and the Malinga style, very slow off break or off cutter.
He bowls now. Travis Head's back towards leg stump, defending it to mid-wicket for no run. Baz, the other thing I've got to say about the Australian selectors, and I know George Bailey gets a lot of grief, I think unfairly so, particularly from a New South Wales contingent of former players, is that while it might not look like there's a rhyme or reason, they're actually quite consistent across formats with how they select teams, that it gets sucked into short-term play. Matt Renshaw was excellent in the last game, but he was last in, so he's first out. And they stick by that sort of method. They've had plans for 2 years. They're not going to throw them out because they've lost one game to Zimbabwe. Travis Head guides the ball down to third man for one. And it might not work. And if it doesn't work, then they, like the players, are up for criticism and the coaches. But they're going to back their methods in and back their selection policies in. And I'm sure they'll have spirited debates at every possible opportunity. And they would have had these debates behind the scenes the last couple of days. But I don't mind what they've done.
No, not at all. I mean, there's logic to what decisions they have taken. And I think it's at times there's a bit of there's a lack of logic to some of the criticism that comes their way. And yeah, like I said, I mean, there's a lot of casual fandom that gets involved with, that constant criticism of. But there have been times when they've justifiably been criticised. By all of us.
Mitchell Marsh toes the ball to mid-off. They should come through for one. They settled for a single, well fielded. I was racing, in fact. I said toe the ball, but he just hits the ball cleanly every single time. Yeah, they're right. That's right. They're not immune from criticism.
I mean, that's just sport, right? Like, I mean, you have good days and, everybody says right things. You have middling days and then you have to put it into context. And then you have poor days and then you get criticized. I guess that's just how any performance art is. In sport in particular. Now, when you're a player or you're a selector, well, Sri Lanka have had some injury issues already in this tournament. And that is not a very good sign. Was it his hamstring he clutched at Pathirana? As soon as he delivered that ball, you could see,
It's his left hamstring.
Yeah, that could be a huge blow to them. Not just for this game, but for the game coming up against Zimbabwe. Lasith Malinga looks worried.
He's gone down. He's holding his left hamstring. So
it looks bad.
He's bowled 4 deliveries. He's gone for 3 runs, including a wide. So he's actually delivered 5 balls, 4 of them legal. And he's in real trouble now. They've got a delay.
Yeah, this is not good. Yeah, so concerns on the Sri Lankan fans' faces as well. He's a key component to the Sri Lankan team. One of the few superstars that they have in this lineup. And one thing you will see from the Sri Lankan coaching staff, Tom, especially the 2 legends of their game, Sana Jayasuriya and Lasith Malinga, they don't sit down. Jayasuriya will start off sitting down, but you'll see very soon he'll be on his feet, he'll be walking around, and well, looks like Pathirana is going to leave the field. It's not great for the game either.
No. Wow.
One of the young up-and-coming superstars of T20 cricket.
Easy for me to say, Baz, from thousands of kilometres away and not having been a seam bowler myself, but that action at the age of 23 is not an economical action. That's going to get him into some trouble at some point, as most bowling actions do. I mean, Josh Hazlewood's injured at the moment. Pat Cummins had back issues, but that's a hamstring. He's played 2 first-class games. I can't imagine he's destined for longevity.
No, that's not. He's not going the test route that I think got pre-decided or decided for him in some ways. Briefly, there was some talk of him coming in and playing some first-class cricket, but that hasn't come to fruition.
Just work out how he did it. He did it in his bowling stride as he left with landed.
Yeah, it just kind of turned, didn't it?
Yeah.
You can see. Yeah, it was that second stride almost, like right after he just delivered the ball, immediately his left hand went to the hamstring. And he knew. So they've lost 1 superstar to a hamstring. Like 1 more has gone down.
So Sri Lanka's got a bowl. Travis Head cuts for 4. That right leg splays back to the leg side, and when he does that, he rarely misses out. He's finishing off the over here.
Everything's going Australia's way so far. These two have looked dangerous. That was an absolute gift from Darshan Chanaka, the Sri Lankan captain. You generally don't bowl there to Travis Head, even if you're the fastest bowler in the world, but when you're bowling medium pace,
I love that. You're 34 years old, yeah. Just finish off the over for us.
Around the wicket.
It's going around the wicket, as you can hear Richard Kettleborough say.
Concerns for the Sri Lankan captain as he finishes this over.
Yeah, taking 43 wickets for Sri Lanka in T20 cricket. It's the pad of Travis Head. Trickles down to fine leg for a dot ball, shy at the stumps. Eventful stuff. None for 32 from 3 on the Thai Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
The Cricket World Cup feels like a reunion with friends and family following the action, even from different sides of the world. And when the match ends and your thoughts head home, stay close with Remitly. Great rates, fast transfers, and secure delivery. Download the Remitly app today and stay close wherever you are.
At Officeworks, get low prices on back-to-work essentials. Like a TP-Link Archer AX10 Wi-Fi 6 router for $87. Or Windows 11 laptops from $397. Shop now at Officeworks.
We're here for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders and come back to us. Henley.com.au. Australia have been sent into bat first. Palikele, second game of the tournament at this stadium. Marsh is 12, Head's 19. None for 32 from 3. Shana bowls. Mitchell Marsh looking to steal a single to mid-off, and he does well to get to the other end. Bringing Travis Head on strike. These two are looking ominous, Baz. They really are. I know they're talented, but they're also hungry.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch Marsh would have been frustrated to have been sat on the bench for those first 2 games, and especially the start of the tournament, a World Cup, especially one where it's 3-4 week long. You want your best players in.
Head goes to cut, slow delivery. All we can do is tow it into the offside for no run.
It's going perfectly so far for Australia. Maybe Sri Lanka have, offered them the best opportunity or the best platform to bat and make a big score, and then depend on their bowling resources, which have thinned a little with Kuhnemann having been left out.
Head hoiks it away over cow corner. It actually trickled in the rope before. It looked like a bit of a slog, but he actually connected with it really well. Just shows how true this pitch is, and when the power play's on and 2 fielders are out, Head rarely misses an opportunity.
Well, you called it a bit earlier. Australia couldn't have picked a better venue in Sri Lanka to be playing this crucial game. And it's probably not the best venue for Sri Lanka, and just the way their bowlers go. The ball's coming on, Tikshana not looking as threatening as he generally does.
Number 37, 6 fours and a 6 already. 3.3 overs in. Head's going to attempt to cut that again, but all he does is just tow it into the turf. And then reenacts looking to go over the covers. It's hard enough anyway, Baz, being a spinner bowling in the power play, let alone when you're bowling on this sort of pitch to Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh. Well, that is a tough gig. Try not to be hit for 2 fours and over.
Yeah, well, just 2 fielders out there. Margin for error is almost doesn't exist.
Yeah. What is the margin for error? There's no margin. Tikshana bowling to Head. Drives to mid-on. Who's in the ring, but they still managed to get 1. None for 38 from 3.5.
So we have concerns for Darshan Chanaka. Chamira was taken for 16 runs in his first over. He was hit all over the park. Pathirana has gone down after just 4 balls. So all he has left is a lot of spin and some medium pace from himself.
Marsh is 13 from 7. Looks to go long inside edge down to short fine leg. It can't have been far away from the stumps. Tikshana can't believe it. None for 38 from 4. The Aussies on the Thai Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. With more than 290 stores right across the country, we're not just Australia's biggest group of independent tyre retailers, we're all 100% Aussie owned. That's 100% Aussie owned. 100% independent, local and loyal. And we reckon that's more important than ever. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Sri Lanka up against it early here. They've beaten two, let's call them lower ranked teams so far in this tournament. They were far too good for Oman and also defeated Ireland. And now they're up against the might of Australia, who have their backs against the wall. And traditionally when Australians have their backs against the wall, Baz, they're most dangerous, particularly when Mitchell Marsh comes back into this 11. So Shanaka's going to continue to bowl. He's bowled 0.2 overs. Travis Head pulls it away over forward square leg for 6. You cannot bowl there to a man of Travis Head's class and quality, and especially when he's in this mindset. None for 44.
Yeah, he's taking down Sri Lanka here, Travis Head. Well, there was no TNT on that delivery. You can see the DJ there in the background. AC/DC, but no, this was just another gift. No width this time, but almost waist height. Easy pickings for Travis Head.
I reckon he likes the look of the Sri Lankan captain here. Shanaka bowling. Slow ball. Driven straight to cover. Well fielded. Every dot ball being applauded, mostly because they're so few and far between.
But you can always make out when Travis Head, or what Travis Head has made of a certain bowler. And you can see, I mean, we saw it a couple of times during the Ashes as well. He doesn't rate a bowler. Like he didn't with Matthew Potts for a while there in that last test. You see, he'll start, not really, I mean, it's not that he gets complacent, but he just backs himself to hit every ball for 4 or 6.
Yeah.
And that's where we stand here with Shanaka.
I agree. You can see it in his eyes. He just doesn't rate him. He wants to whack him. Slow ball. Driven through covers for 4. He doesn't miss out on 2 in a row very often, Travis Head. A bit of width, a touch full, 104 k's an hour. Thank you very much. None for 48.
Well, it's probably the night for the South Australians. We saw Ben Menenti in Italian colours earlier, smashing 60 in no time. Well, there's another South Australian with a bushier moustache and who's taken down many bowling attacks in the last few years. He likes the look of the Sri Lankan attack.
6.4 in this over. 3 big balls coming up. Hoyt to long on for 1. One of the 2 fielders out. Frustrated with himself. It means Mitchell Marsh will be on strike. None for 49. Baz, I said in the pre-game, I'll say it again. Australia made 265 here a decade ago. 263. This is a batting paradise if you get it at the right time. And it's interesting Sri Lanka elected to field first.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Like, if anything, I thought it would have made sense to give their batters the best chance on this pitch first up and then use their bowlers to put some pressure on the Australians who are in a must-win scenario. Don't forget Sri Lanka in a bit of a must-win scenario themselves.
Yeah, that's right. Shanaka bowls. Mitch Marsh mistimes the ball onto his foot. Trickles away to the offside. So he hasn't quite hit his straps here. He's 13 from 9. Head's 35 from 20. Because he's still going at 10s.
Yeah, I hit a 4 and a 6 straight away against Shamira. He's not got a lot of the strike. Travis Head has hogged most of it. But yeah, I mean, he's trying to just hit it very hard like he always does, Mitch Marsh. That time getting a bottom edge. Shanaka feels a bit more at home bowling to the right-hander. For now, anyway.
Long on and deep backward square of the men out. Everyone in on the offside. Has to bowl straight. Can't give Mitch Marsh any width. Mitch Marsh was looking for width, but he settles for a single down to long on. End of the over and the 50 partnership comes up. 5 overs, Australia, none for 50. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Baz is here for Host Plus.
RJ Sanderson and Associates. Taxation, business and self-managed super fund specialists. Take the stress out of tax and get your complimentary 2026 tax tips from rjsanderson.com.au.
The Security of Payment Act has been in Australia for 25 years. Its only purpose is to ensure cash flow for construction contractors. McMullenConstructionLaw.com. Security of Payment Act experts. McMullenConstructionLaw.com.
Baz and Mia here for Remitly, Worldwide Money Transfers. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. A few messages coming through. We'll read them out shortly on 0433 98 11 16. Baz, Australian number 50.
Yeah, great start for Australia. Very, very concerning start for Sri Lanka with one of their key bowlers going down with a hamstring injury, and the other fast bowler smashed for 16 runs in his first over. Thikshana continues like he always does, bowls through the power play.
Yep. With his spin, pitched up, Mitch Marsh bunts it to mid off for no run. He's 14 from 11.
So yeah, just going back to the decision at the toss. Yeah, like with Pakistan yesterday, I just thought Sri Lanka would have made sense for them to bat first, but you'll see just the way they bat as well.
Yep. Putting the Aussie batting order under pressure after they couldn't chase the other night. Interesting call. Thikshana bowls to Marsh, gives himself some room and finds the gap square of the wicket on the offside. He's such a classy player, Mitch Marsh. Belted through point for 4.
Yeah, there's a cordon in the offside or on the offside. Made some room for himself. Came straight on, so no real turn for Thikshana at this point. Yeah, flicked it. See, just with his middle finger there, like he does often. So, but he's found the gap really nicely, Mitch Marsh.
Thikshana bowls. Marsh does the same again. Same result. That might be even better, as it was on the up. He gives himself room, Mitch Marsh, opens the blade and middles it through point for 4. Couple in a row, none for 58.
Almost an action replay.
Yeah.
This time, very similar length. And Mitch Marsh, once again, just as always, muscles it away through the covers, but that was great technique as well. Opened up the offside, backed himself to find the gap, and he's done it back-to-back deliveries now.
Now he goes over cover. They still don't have a man back. That'll go for 4 as well. He was trying to hit it for 6, but it went for 4, and he'll take that. Thikshana can't believe it because he actually deceived him in flight, but Marsh was too strong. None for 62 from 5.4. All of a sudden, Mitch Marsh is 26 from 14.
Yeah, but that's not the field that is set for him. This time there was some width on offer. Mitch Marsh once again trying to make room. And you know, it was a risk-free shot with all the fielders in the circle. All he had to do was clear the infield, which he did by quite a distance. Malinga not happy in the dugout.
Sweep shot. That was slower. The man at square leg dives and misses the ball, and it goes for another 4. 4 in a row for Mitch Marsh. 3 on the off, 1 on the on. This power play is juicy for the Australians.
Yeah, I mean, they might be taking huge strides in killing this game off early with bat in hand. It's a huge power play for them. They're already scoring over 11 and over. Bowled from behind the crease that time by Thikshana. Mitch Marsh was there. Just sweep it past square leg for another boundary. Does he go for a big one here?
Can he go 5 in a row? Oh, that's the best of the lot. It's a glorious cover drive that Greg Chappell would be gloriously happy with. 5 4s in a row for Mitch Marsh. Each one better than the last. That's the end of the power play. Emphasis on power. None for 70 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions, others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
Some people build their future the hard way. But with CBus, you can do it the smart way. CBus Super. Build your something. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if CBus is right for you.
Right up over the wicket, bowling to Marsh. Back foot drive for at least a couple. In fact, that's 4. Mitch Marsh wastes no time getting into the act this group game. Mitchell Marsh pulls it over wide mid on. He's seeing him well. That has gone all the way for 6. Not going to sit and wait for this. Drives it through the covers for 4. Shot of the day so far. Knuckles to the bowl. Travis Head cuts for 4. That right leg sways back to the leg side, and when he does that, he rarely misses out. Travis Head pulls it away over forward square leg for 6. Cannot bowl there to a man of Travis Head's class and quality. Well, I don't think the Sri Lankans know where to bowl, to be fair. Bharat, Sundaresan, none for 70 Australia from 6 overs. Mitchell Marsh hit 5 fours in the previous over. They've lost a bowler already to injury. They are staring down the barrel, the Sri Lankans, of chasing a mammoth score.
Yeah, I mean, they offered it on a platter, didn't they, at the toss? And you said they don't know where to bowl. Most times where they have bowled is exactly where Australia wanted them to bowl. So they've offered some or multiple gifts in that power play. Even the last ball, the 5th straight 4 for Mitch Marsh was really half volley, which he just powered through the covers, extra covered for 4. So there you go. This is what Travis Head and Mitch Marsh can do. And again, I mean, not to go back to the Steve Smith debate, but this is why Steve Smith's not in the top order.
Correct. Yeah, can't argue with that. Well, I can't argue with that. I'm sure people want to in the text, and they're entitled to do so. 0433 98 11 16. But Baz, I'm with you. Texter says, reminiscent of David Hook's toying with Tony Greig. Of course, 5 fours in a row.
Oh, Dashan Shanaka would take that.
Absolutely.
Deekshana would take that if he's compared to Tony Greig.
Amazing. So
Hemanta is the one who's come in for Hasaranga.
Yeah.
He went for a lot of runs against Oman, but he's got his own mystery element to it. At least he'll have fielders back on the boundary.
It might not matter with the way Head's seeing it. He's 35 from 20. Marsh, as soon as I said he hasn't quite hit his straps, he thought, no, I've got you here. He's 34 from 16. Hi, Tom and Brat. Loving your work together, says Les. Listening to you both and watching the Olympics downhill skiing. Not sure what's more exciting. I tell you what, the Australians are downhill skiing at the moment.
Yeah.
Very good to watch. Amanta's bowling. His leg spin to Travis Head. Opens the blade. We've got at least 1 to deep cover. In fact, they'll come back for a couple. None for 72 from 6.2. They're going at 11 and a halves here, Baz. Like, 220, 230. Everything's on the table.
Yeah, I mean, Palakeli, very different venue to the Premadasa, like I said. Short of square boundaries. Ball always comes onto the bat. Much more, a little more bounce you can trust.
Head, back foot, drives to cover, no run.
Look at that shot. I mean, that's not the kind of shot you're going to be able to play at the Premadasa with the comfort that Travis Head played with 8 width. And that's purely because he knows he can trust the pace. He can stay back and just hit through the line.
Complete faith in this pitch, which they've been sent in on. Head, slog sweep. More of a traditional sweep, in fact, down to deep square. Excellent bit of fielding. And they'll keep it to 2. Good running from Travis Head. He just got back at the end. There's not going to be too many opportunities here for the Sri Lankans to settle.
No, I mean, so much pressure on this young man to start with. Young, at least in terms of where he fits in to his career. Just his 5th game to come in and fill the big shoes of Wanindu Hasaranga.
Massive loss for the Sri Lankans in the first game of the World Cup. Travis Head over cow corner for 6. That's a slog sweep. Clean as a whistle. He's 45 from 24.
Well, Australia sleeps. This Australian World Cup campaign is waking up. It's coming to life. And Travis Head is sending a message. Stay up, Australia. This is going to be fun. We're not done yet. And this was just, once again, easily done. Just went down on his knee and spanked that over wide long on. Pressure on the bowler once again.
Mantha bowls. Pitched up. It's a half volley. Travis Head lifts it over. Long off for 4. I'm struggling to find enough superlatives to describe this batting performance from the Australians. None for 84.
Yeah, I mean, don't write off an Australian team in any World Cup. Even if they're coming off one disappointing loss. And yeah, I mean, this has been destruction, total destruction of the Sri Lankan bowling attack.
14 runs off this over. 1 ball remaining. He's around the wicket now. Heads back in the crease. Bunting it to cover. Even the dot balls, they're hitting well. Oof, take a breath. Or not. Australia none for 84 from 7 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. It doesn't matter what car you drive, where you drive, how you drive, or even what you might be towing behind you. You can trust Tyre Power to have the tyre to suit you. And as Australia's biggest independent, we have the buying power to make sure the price suits your budget as well. Get the power at Tyre Power for whatever you drive. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Aussie sent into bat. The World Cup is very much alive and well. None for 84 from 7 for Remitly. One easy up to send money worldwide.
Yeah, I just spotted our old friend, the Sri Lankan lion in the stands, Tommy. We saw him a lot in goal.
We did.
In extremely humid conditions. I'm sure he's appreciating this time of the night. And, well, the pressure on young Wilalage here. Somebody needs to give Sri Lanka a breakthrough.
Wilalage bowls left arm orthodox. Mitchell Marsh drives it through extra cover for 4. There's no way these guys can bowl. The pitch is so true. It's so flat. And the ball is racing off the bat as a matter of course.
It is. There's no turn. The ball's not gripping. This time, Mitch Marsh, once again, as always, as he does against spin, that front leg ends up well outside leg stump. He's always opening up that offside, and little the bowler or the fielder could have done.
This time it's slower from the left-arm orthodox bowler. Mitchell Marsh still hits it cleanly into deep cover for 1. Great text here, Baz. I think I can say it. What is it? It's 1:08 Melbourne time. Mitchell Marsh should get hit in the plums more often.
I don't think he needs to get hit in his privates to bat like this. This is what has made him such a dangerous batter in white ball cricket and why he is captaining this team.
Well, I'll go bowls. Travis Head advances down the pitch. Bunts it down to long off for 1. You're right, but it would have stung him being the captain. That's the 50 up for Travis Head. 27 balls, 7 fours, 2 sixes. It's taken him 39 minutes to get Australia's World Cup campaign back on track.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he's done yet, Travis Head.
No.
Yeah, he looks very determined.
Left-arm orthodox spinner continuing. Stand and deliver Mitchell Marsh. The man it covers on the ring. Thankfully so for Sri Lanka because it's fielded. He's belted that straight to him. Near mate. Travis Head's done a celebration to his teammates there. It's almost like he's putting cologne on himself. Mitchell Marsh, like a 3-wood off the fairway, all the way for 6. A line drive over the bowler's head.
Yeah, I might not relate to any of those golf references, but I guess in cricket it's just called a big 6.
Yeah.
And a 6 that's gone a long way over the fence, over long off. Some Enter Sandman playing in the background, some Metallica. We heard some AC/DC earlier. This does feel like a heavy metal concert right now. And there's a lot of heavy shelling.
Yeah, there is.
Thanks to the Aussie openers. Sri Lanka have nowhere to look.
We both just went Ravi Shastri all of a sudden there, Baz. That'll be a wide outside the off stump, except Mitchell Marsh hit it through the covers for 1. If he left it, it would have been a wide. None for 97 from 8. Marsh is 46. Head is 50. The Aussies are humming. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, you trust the tyre experts.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
RJ Sanderson and Associates. Taxation, business and self-managed super fund specialists. Take the stress out of tax and get your complimentary 2026 tax tips from rjsanderson.com.au.
None for 97, Australia. Marsh 46, Head 50. Good text here, Baz, 0433 98 11 16. Marsh and Head have an appetite for destruction, and at the moment it's so easy. Well said, 492.
Appetite for destruction. That sounds awfully like a Megadeth song, though it's not one.
Matt bowls, leg spin, Marsh, back foot drive to deep cover for 1.
And that's more Guns N' Roses. That's what I thought.
Who's your favourite
album name?
Who's your favourite heavy metal band of all time?
Oh, it's a tough one. I mean, Megadeth is what we used to cover the most back in the day when I used to play some music. But no, I mean, Slayer, Death, one of the greatest bands of all time.
Head goes again over mid-wicket. Does he have enough on it? He does for 6. Just a couple of metres over the boundary. It does not matter. If Travis Head sees that ball even a fraction above his eye line, he's going all the way.
Yeah, well, he's the architect of aggression, and this is the symphony of destruction. There you go. There are 2 Megadeth songs for you.
Baz Ball. That's my new ball partner there, ladies and gentlemen. He's still got it at 1:12 a.m.
They just have that look about them. 100-run partnership.
What a platform. I wonder if the order changes. Green due to come in next, followed by Inglis. They're not exactly defensive players. Head goes over wide mid-off. He didn't quite get it. In fact, he's out. Kamindu takes the catch. Kamindu Mendes. Travis Head had some width. He tried to hit a 6 on the up, almost like a cut shot. And he's caught the deep at long off for 56 from 29. He will feel as if he's left some runs out there, but in effect, he's done a superb job to get the Australians up and rolling.
Oh, he certainly has. And he almost fell for Sri Lanka. He almost wished them a wicket, really. And this game was just slipping away so rapidly. Australia already made massive early inroads in this contest. Over 100 runs on the board. Mainly thanks to this man. He's done it again, Travis Head. Australia with a iffy campaign so far after 2 games. And he's put it right back on track as Cam Green walks out to the middle. But yeah, Sri Lanka needed that wicket, and that would be an understatement.
Australia 1 for 104 from 8.3. Travis Head, the man to depart for a really entertaining, swashbuckling 56 from 29 balls. 7 fours, 3 sixes. Caught Mendes, bowled Hamantha. Cameron Green strides to the crease, as only Cameron Green does. And there's no time to waste for Cameron Green. There's no anchor today. And that might have played into the decision to leave Matt Renshaw out as well. They would have known these conditions would be batter-friendly. They don't need someone to hold the innings together.
Not really. And look, I mean, this is what brought Australia to the party. I've said it a few times already tonight. So, yeah, let's go back to what's worked for you.
Hamantha bowls to Green. He's back on the crease. Pushing the ball to cover for no run. That dot ball gets a round of applause.
Yeah, nice celebration from Hamantha though. And I'm not sure what it was. Like, not really blowing a kiss.
Green's beaten outside the off stump. There's an appeal for stumping. I don't think Green lifted his back foot. I think they're more just appealing for 3 dots in a row. And a bit of spin.
Yeah, slight spin. Not sure what they're appealing for.
The keeper seems to think that the back foot had lifted, but I don't think it did.
No, I think it was more about got behind. I think the fact that they came together and were wondering. I mean, it moved a little, the back foot, but stayed planted more or less. Cam Green, most expensive white ball T20 batter or cricketer in the world. As has been said a few times since that IPL auction.
He's on strike now. Pushes at 1, single to long off. Now that is a good over from Hamantha. He's gone for 22 from his 2. Would you believe it? 8 runs from it and a wicket. They'd probably take that. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, Australia 1 for 105.
Keeping your vehicle running at its optimum level is a duty the team at Tyre Power take very seriously. So, on top of the famous free 5-minute tyre safety check, Tyre Power also offers maintenance and tyre servicing. It's like going to the physio, but for your tyres. This month, you can get 25% off on both selected Falcon and Dunlop passenger and SUV tyres. Big brands, better buy sale on now. Find your Aussie-owned, local independent Tyre Power dealer at tyrepower.com.au.
1 for 105 from 9 overs, Australia. They just lost Travis Head for 56. We're here for Remitly Worldwide Money Transfers. Will Alage played in those 1 days against Australia in 2022, did he? Green cuts to dead cover for 1.
Yeah, that's when he made his debut. He was a very young man then, 19 or 20. straight from the Under-19 World Cup. And like I said, his first few wickets were all impressive. They included David Warner, Steve Smith, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, all the big dogs in world cricket.
Yep. We love this big dog. Mitch Marsh drives to long off for a single. 1 for 107 from 9.2. They'll still be eyeing off 220, 230 plus.
Oh, easily. And that's how Australia, again, I mean, not to just bring in that Steve Smith debate up, because I know there are a few listening to us who want us to talk about Steve Smith, Tommy.
Yep.
People we do know.
Well,
really
it's a talking point. Green, square cut off the front foot. Will he come back for 2? He'll settle for 1. He moves to 3. It is a talking point, though, Baz. You can understand it, but the way you've articulated it, I think it makes perfect sense. It's against the grain. You're zigging when others are zagging, but that's okay. And I'm broadly with you. Outside the off stump, Mitchell Marsh lets it go.
In Australia in this period, since the 2024 World Cup, haven't always enjoyed batting first. Most of their wins have come while chasing. I think in 2025, only 1 out of their 10 wins.
Marsh cuts to deep point for 1 and moves to 49.
Only 1 of their 10 wins came while defending a total. Just also, when they do bat first, they like to go big, like real big. And they can afford to do that on this surface.
Green mistimes it onto his foot. Trickles away. He's 3 from 6.
Yeah, see that in the IPL as well with Cam Green starting with spin just when he's walked out to bat.
Down the wicket and stumped. Green goes. He was a long way down the pitch. He was all at sea. It was a painful 7 deliveries at the crease. And he departs for 3. Stumped. Australia lose their second. They're 2 for 110 on the Type House scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Yeah, probably Steve Smith could have batted 3, you can argue. Nah, I mean, he just looked all at sea. Like I said, it didn't do much. It was a pretty wild shot from Cam Green. Clever piece of bowling. He telegraphed his move a bit too quickly, and he's paid the price for it. So 2 quick wickets for Sri Lanka to end the 10-over period, and they'll take that. They really needed it.
2 for 110.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
Planning to sell your home? Download the must-read free booklet Fatal Real Estate Traps Exposed for everything you need to know to get the best result. Visit ianreid.com.au.
Ian Reid Vendor Advocates.
Go on, ring us.
As he did in the last game against Zimbabwe, Tim David is batting at 4. Josh Inglis was listed at 4, but David has come in. He's at the non-striker's end right now because Mitchell Marsh has a point to prove. Pulls it away to deep mid-wicket for 4. Amartya was slightly short and Marsh made him pay. And that will be 50 for Mitchell Marsh. 23 balls. 8 4s and 2 6s, a strike rate of 212. Welcome back.
And the same celebration for Mitch Marsh as well. I'm sure we'll find out by the end of this game what that's all about.
Not many Australian journos over there. Marsh pushes down to long off. There's a misfield, hard hands, but they'll settle for 1.
I mean, there might be one on his way now.
I mean, this Australian team is well known for keeping their receipts. Adam Zampa, many of them have. And that's fine, they can do that.
Yeah, I mean, you keep your receipts as well, Tom, I'll notice.
You bet I do. Luckily, none of them from you, Baz, because you're always very positive towards me. just a few others over the journey. Probably say that at this time. You keep some receipts, Baz?
Oh, yeah, I do. Of course I do. I think it's important. It's healthy.
I think it's very normal for an elite athlete to be motivated by others doubting them. I think that's absolutely natural.
think it's natural for all human beings. Here you go, some late night life advice here on SEN.
Philosophy with Baz and Tom. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Oh, by the way, there's a game of cricket on. Tim David's yet to get off the mark. In fact, he hasn't faced a ball yet. On his back foot. Punching it down to mid-off for a single, and his World Cup campaign is away. After making a duck against Zimbabwe, he was caught second ball. That short fine leg a couple of nights ago. 2 for 116 from 10.3, Baz.
Yep. So Australia have been slowed down slightly. Loss of 2 wickets.
Marsh is on the back foot. There's an appeal for LBW. There was 2 noises. Was it bat or pad first? That is the question. Marsh laughs. Is that a bluff or is it reality?
Look, I mean, Shanaka has gone for the review.
Yeah.
It's very clear. If there's no inside edge, or if it was pad first, then he's in trouble because he was right in front of his stumps.
We have a player review for LBW.
Richard Kelley-Brown, one of the best in the business.
It's a fair delivery.
I am slightly biased. There you go. Look at the pad flap.
Hit the pad first. Can I go straight to ball tracking?
In trouble, you know.
Yeah, if that's pad first, that's out.
I think, it should be hitting just over middle stump, you would think. So straight delivery. There's been very little turn on this pitch. The Sri Lankan camp already applauding. The Sri Lankan fans like that replay. Sri Lanka clawing their way back.
Marsh knows that he's gone here.
He does.
No laughing matter now. He's batted beautifully, but he was genuinely deceived. As if
pitching in line,
third umpire.
Impact in line, wicket sitting.
And that is out.
Richard, you need to change your decision. Stand by.
And Richard Kelley-Brown will put his finger up. You can see why he gave it not out. There's a lot of noises. But the DRS proves that was plumb. Marsh departs for 54 from 27. Australia, against the run of play, has lost 3 for 12.
Yeah, it's really come against the run of play. Travis Head was just flowing. Backed himself to clear the long off boundary. Hold out. Cam Green just didn't look the part today on this against the Sri Lankan spinners, even though it's looked like a pretty or much easier pitch to bat on, to get your eye in. And now Marsh is played back to 1. Hemantha attacking the stumps, and he gets Rich to watch. So he's picked up 2 wickets. He's got both openers, and a bit of a rebuild now for Australia to get themselves to that 200 mark.
Inglis should have been stumped. He was beaten all ends up. Hemantha spun the ball past his outside edge, and it was spilled behind the stumps. How key is that moment going to be in the game? What a delivery, Baz.
Beautiful piece of bowling. Now that's class. There was turn, there was guile, there was dip. We beat him in the air and deserved to get him out. Kusal Mendes.
Inglis is more circumspect here. He's driving a full delivery to deep cover for 1. Eventful stuff. The Sri Lankans, they're back in it. 3 for 117 from 11 overs, the Aussies, on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
At Tyre Power, you get the power of better buys on big brand tyres. Right now, you can keep the cost of living down with a better buy on big brand Falcon or Dunlop tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on a great range of Falcon and Dunlop tyres suitable for passenger and SUV vehicles. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon and Dunlop tyres. Big brands, better buys and better for your safety too at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
3 for 117 from 11. The Aussies were cruising. They were none for 104 from 8.2. Then Head, then Green, then Marsh, all departed in quick succession. Walalali bowls, Inglis on the back foot. Single to long on. So David and Inglis need a rebuild of sorts here.
Yep. And the problem for Sri Lanka, though, is Hemantha has bowled 3 overs. Velalage is in his 3rd over. Deekshana has bowled 3. Samir has bowled 1 for 16, and they've lost Patirana. Who do they turn to from here? Kamindu Mendes can bowl some. Ratanayake can bowl some part-time off ambidextrous spin.
Oh, yes, of course. The old Gemma Barsby.
Yep.
She made it fashionable in the WBBL.
What a star she is.
State cricket. Tim David's on strike. Hit on the pad. Scamper through for one. In fact, it might be a wide on the leg side. We'll wait for the umpire's call. It is a wide. It's a keeper's pad. We missed a golden opportunity in the last over, Baz. He was almost too excited to take the bails off.
No, someone with this experience, Kusal Mendes, never really collected that ball cleanly.
Inglis on the back foot, driving to deep cover for one. He just snatched at it. Inglis was completely beaten. All ends up first ball.
I mean, the one thing Inglis and David can do, knowing that Sri Lanka have 2 more or 3 overs at best of quality spin, and then bowlers that they can take down, just knock the ball around.
Tim David off the back foot, drives into deep cover for one.
Give themselves a bit of a sighter, and from the 14th or 15th over onwards, and get back to 5th and 6th gear, and they can still finish very strongly. Sri Lanka are lacking bowling options. What they need is 2 or 3 more wickets in this next quick period.
The ball is gripping all of a sudden, though. That one wasn't, because it was a half volley that Inglis drove to the sweeper on the offside for one.
Yeah, it is. Cam Green just looked all at sea, didn't he?
Oh, it was 7 deliveries of pain out there. It really was. Coming against spin from both ends. The $4 million man.
Yeah, the Kolkata Knight Riders will be watching carefully, and so will be all the IPL teams. I know we are in the middle of a T20 World Cup. The IPL is just around the corner, end of March.
I wonder what number.
It's always around the corner.
It's about 6 months of the year. David jams down on it, bounces to extra cover for a dot. What number will he bat in the IPL? Have they earmarked him as an all-rounder or a top order player?
No, I think he might end up in that top half for KKR. You think? I mean, that's what he did for the Mumbai Indians.
David, outside edge, he went hard at it. It'll trickle down to third man for 4. I can't believe I'm saying this. A much-needed boundary for the Australians. David's on 6, Inglis is on 4. The Aussies at 3 for 127 from 12 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre expert.
RJ Sanderson and Associates. Taxation, business and self-managed super fund specialists. Take the stress out of tax and get your complimentary 2026 tax tips from rjsanderson.com.au.
Come and play Club Mandalay, Melbourne's North Premier golf course, only a short drive from the city. Whether you're after a quick solo round or an unbeatable group deal with your mates, you'll experience a course in peak condition. Book today at clubmandalay.com.au.
Such an important game tonight, particularly for Australia. If they win, and if they win well, they'll probably be favourites to make the next stage. If they lose, it's going to be an uphill battle. That run rate is important, so a big score would certainly help them. 3 for 127. Bharat, Sundaresan and Tom Morris taking you through it. 0433 98 11 16. Get involved. Kamindu replacing Inglis. Full toss, driven. Down to deep cover. Excellent fielding again from the Sri Lankans. Kept it to 2.
Yeah, they surely have found some energy. Yeah, I mean, they had to turn to another spinner. Kamindu Mendes hasn't bowled a lot in this tournament. He's a useful bowler.
Left arm orthodox. Bowls to Inglis. Pats it back to him for a dot.
One of 2 ambidextrous spinners in this team.
It's an amazing skill, isn't it? Ridiculous, quite ridiculous. He's bowling left arm at the moment to the right-handed batter, as he often does. Driven down to long off Josh Inglis. The fielder has work to do. He keeps it to 1. Sri Lankans are fielding well.
They are. The energy is lifted. The energy is lifted around the ground. Some smiles on the Sri Lankan fans.
3 for 130 from 12.3. My patience with green is waning, says James. Easy answer perhaps with Smith at 3 for me. That will be discussion if Australia gets through. David, it's a slog high in the air. Out! Caught it long off. A huge wicket. Kamindu Mendez is brought on into the attack, and he nails a victim with his fourth delivery, and it's Tim David.
Well, it was all Australia throwing punches and some powerful punches in the first 8 overs of this batting innings. But from that point on, from the point Travis Head was caught at long off, it's been all Sri Lanka. The spinners have come to the party. Velalage and Hemanta first, and now Kamindu Mendis striking in his first over. Tim David at number 4 hasn't really fired yet in this tournament. So a bit of an opening here for the Sri Lankans as Glenn Maxwell walks out to bat. A lot of scrutiny for the first time in a long time in his career.
Yeah. His recent form has been poor across the summer for the Melbourne Stars, and then in the early parts of this tournament, albeit from a small sample size, he fought hard against Zimbabwe. Uncharacteristic Maxwell innings. He's on one of his last lives, you'd suggest, in this team. But he comes in facing spin from both ends in conditions he's familiar with. Of course, his highest T20 score came 10 years ago at this ground.
Yeah,
were you there for that, Babs?
No, I wasn't. It was as an opener, wasn't it? And that's when Australia got 265.
Yeah. A big ton for Maxwell. Boy, would he love some runs here. Kamindu bowls, Maxwell opens up the blade, guides it to deep point. The conditions the game couldn't be more set up for him. He has 7.5 overs. Conditions are good. Spin from both ends.
And Australia have and Australia scoring still at over 10 and over. That's just how good that start was.
Inglis drives with his Kookaburra Diablo, a bat made famous by Damien Martin. Unlike Damien Martin, just a dot to cover. 4 for 131 from 13 for the Australians.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
On the job site, if you stick it, seal it, level it or fill it, you're ready to Boss Stick it. With Boss Stick's tough adhesives and sealants, you'll never waste time or money. For quality you can rely on, don't risk it, Boss Stick it. Available at your local hardware specialist.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage. The texters are on fire tonight, Baz. Let's call them the new ballers for argument's sake. I just put credit on my phone, says Nathan, so I could text to say how putrid this Australian team is.
Wow.
I don't know you could even put credit on your phone anymore. Yeah. Good Nokia sort of 2110 sort of areas. Inglis is in at 6. Stoinis is being held back to 7. He's facing the left arm finger spinner now. Opens the blade. Scampers through for a single. So Maxwell's 2, Inglis is 7. Australia 4 for 132 with, what's that? 7 overs, 41 balls left.
It's been a dramatic comeback from Sri Lanka. They almost lost the plot in that first 7 overs. Lost their key bowler.
Slides on with the arm. Inglis likes to cut to the men in the deep on the offside. Calls no. Kamindu keeps it to 1. Another text, Baz. How the hell does Cam Green get a game in front of Renshaw, having top scored last game? The mind boggles. Regards from Keeley.
Yep, fair enough. I mean, it's purely the role that Cam Green has been given in this team. Bat number 3 and give us 2 3-0s.
Maxwell defends.
And we saw him finish Stoinis' spell in the previous game, but runs have to come from his bat as well.
How does Maxwell play this? With caution into the onside for 1.
Especially against Velalage. He's been the best of the bowlers. Got 2 more balls to go in his spell.
It looks like he should be playing for the Sri Lankan under-19 team, Baz.
Yeah, he's looked
baby face.
Since he made his debut,
Doesn't have the facial hair of my new ball partner, Bharat Sundaresan is here for Host Plus. None of us do.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's worship.
Inglis is low at the crease as he so often is. Single to long off. 135 for 4. Love your call, fellas, says Nathan. Is prepaid still a thing? That's a fair question from James in the Gamby. Dude texting from his burner phone. I'm not going to get involved in that sort of chat. Probably shouldn't have read it out. But it is 1:36 a.m. Last ball of the over. Maxwell opens the blade. Guides it for a single to backward point. Good bit of fielding. 4 for 136 from 14, Australia.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. With more than 290 stores right across the country, we're not just Australia's biggest group of independent tyre retailers, we're all 100% Aussie owned. That's 100% Aussie owned. 100% independent, local and loyal. And we reckon that's more important than ever. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Alone on himself. Mitchell Marsh, like a 3-wood off the fairway, all the way for 6. Head goes again, over mid-wicket. Does he have enough on it? He does for 6. Players. Head goes over wide mid-off. He didn't quite get it. In fact, he's out. Kamindu takes the cat down the wicket and stumps. Green goes. He was a long way down the pitch. He was all at sea. Mitchell Marsh has a point to prove. Pulls it away to deep mid-wicket for 4. And that will be 50 for Mitchell Marsh. Welcome back. Marsh is on the back foot. There's an appeal for LBW. There was 2 noises. Was it bat or pad first? That is the question.
Pitching in line.
Third umpire.
Impact in line. Wicket hitting.
That is out. Australia stumbled somewhat. They're still in a strong position. 4 for 136 from 14 overs after being sent into bat, but they've lost 4 for 24. Sorry, 4 for 26 at a time when they looked like they were going to get 220 or 230. It was Marsh and Head who put 104 for the first wicket. Then it was Green who was dismissed for 3. Tim David dismissed for 6, and now it's Inglis and Maxwell. Just undertaking a mini rebuild of this innings, which is still in a fairly strong position, Baz, but not as strong as it was 25 minutes ago.
No, but definitely not. I mean, the classic innings of 2 parts. First 8 overs, all Australia. The last 6 overs, all Sri Lanka. So, credit to the co-host. But like you said, I mean, with Marcus Stoinis and Cooper Conley still to come, Australia will feel like they're in a position from where they could still get close to 200. Not even go past.
Yeah.
Or past it. But for that, they need one of these 2 to come off. And a lot of focus on Glenn Maxwell and how he goes tonight.
Rightly so, do you think?
Yeah, very much so. In the stage of his career he's in.
There's been calls for him to be captain this team, Baz.
Yeah, by some we know very well. Yeah, some who might have authored his book.
Yeah, vested interest. Kamindu Mendes is bowling, left arm orthodox. Maxwell's back on the crease. He's looking for a couple into the leg side, Dean Jones style. They'll settle for 1. 4 for 137. There is 35 balls left in Australia's innings. So 220, 230 looks off the cards now. I mean, there's every chance if they could lose another wicket here, they'll be battling to get to 180.
Yeah, things have changed.
Inglis, short arm jab. He loves playing that shot down to cow corner. We've got fielders in position particularly for that. I've been impressed with the Sri Lankans fielding, Baz. Missed stumping, but in the ground fielding, their movement, their desperation has been first class.
It has, it really has. The shoulders could have gone down and they could have given up, but yeah, and then some belief in that Sri Lankan dugout as well.
Maxwell slaps it over long on for 6. He gave himself some room, shuffle to the leg side. Vintage Maxwell, 11 from 7 he's.
Oh, that will make him feel really good, Glenn Maxwell. The 1-6 he did get in the previous game was when the fielder caught him on the boundary and kind of couldn't hang on. This one was a clean strike.
He goes again. Strong wrist, over cover for 4. Maxwell's gone 6-4. Could that be the fire starter for him? 4 for 148.
Yeah, has to be, you'd think. The part-timer, I mean, he got away in the first over, even picked himself up a wicket. And then Maxwell's said, okay, I've seen enough. 6-7 balls in, and now he's beginning to tee off. Danger signs for Sri Lanka. Yeah. Great signs for Maxwell.
He plays within himself here. Immediately calls 2 down to long on. The bowler will chase it. Excellent running from Inglis. He'll make it. The shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end came in. Inglis was forced to dive. He's super quick. I think Maxwell might have been struggling at the keeper's end if the throw went there. Regardless, the 150 is up for 4 wickets from 14.5 overs. The Aussies are on top.
Just like Palakeli is, high altitude to Colombo, beautiful part of the country, up in the hills.
Yeah, how far is it away from Colombo?
Well, nothing's far in Sri Lanka.
No, true.
Come back to the next over.
Kamindu bowls. He runs through the umpire, Kamindu, just like your cousin Murali Kartik used to. And Maxwell settles for a single. He'll hold on to the strike. Baz is up and away, and so is Glenn Maxwell. 4 for 151. We're here for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders and come back to us. Henley.com.au.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. It doesn't matter what car you drive, where you drive, how you drive, or even what you might be towing behind you. You can trust Tyre Power to have the tyre to suit you. And as Australia's biggest independent, we have the buying power to make sure the price suits your budget as well. Get the power at Tyre Power for whatever you drive. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Australia 4 for 151 with 5 overs remaining. Bharat Sundaresan alongside me, Tom Morris.
So they've finally gone back to their fast bowler, Chamira. A lot of experience, but also went for a lot of runs at the very start of the series.
That's so funny.
Yeah, well, it's just late night humor. Politically correct anyway.
As we always would be, Baz. Tom, when can we buy new baller merch? Asked Les. I'm sure if Baz is involved,
It's coming out.
it would be colourful. Absolutely. Yeah. Letting Baz design it. Wear your sunglasses. It's that colourful. Chamira bowls to Maxwell. Slower ball. Guides at the backward point for no run. What T-shirt, cap? What are you thinking? A beanie even?
Yeah, I'm not a big beanie person, but winter's coming up, so beanies are always in vogue. I mean, maybe let's get our listeners going. I mean, not just for tonight, but for the new ball tomorrow. What should we start with when it comes to merch? The 3 pieces of merch that you're looking for. New ball merch. We are champions of the people.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we live for our people and our fans. So.
We're a subset of another particular show.
That is correct.
But happy to be a subset. Happy to play our role. Chamira to Maxwell. That is high in the air. He stands and delivers. But he's dropped it long on. A bad drop. It was going a long way up, and it came a long way down. Could that be the catch that cost Sri Lanka the match?
Well, Inglis got a life early, but to give Glenn Maxwell a life just when he looks like he's going to really cause some carnage. Yeah, he got under it. He judged it. He did everything right, did Pathum Nissanka. Maybe just didn't have a solid base in the end. You see his knees had buckled.
He's back on strike, Maxwell, because he ran 2. That's a low full toss to the man in the deep. Single. I mean, I've said how well they've ground fielded, but that is a key drop, that one.
That's a huge drop.
It means both these batters have been given lives. Inglis should have been stumped first ball, and Maxwell should have been caught when he was on 20.
It went right through his hands. Like I said, the base just collapsed for some reason.
I know it goes high in the air, but as an international cricketer playing in a World Cup, that's an easy catch.
It's a big drop. Can Maxwell make them pay?
Chamira bowls to Inglis. Switch hit. Right over the Glenn Maxwell playbook. Over third man for 4. Helps it on its way.
Yeah, the reverse slap pulled off very easily by Josh Inglis. It's a shot that he plays very, very comfortably. Straight out of his playbook. It'll be on page 2 of his playbook. That's just how often he plays it.
What's page 1?
I think it's a slash through point and the hook shot.
Where's his keeping? What page is that?
That's a different book.
Inglis is 14. Maxwell's 21. Whatever book you want, you can read it. MS Doty did one with Baz a few years ago. I haven't seen him since. Shabira round the wicket to Inglis. Cuts it away to deep cover for 1. 4 for 159. A few suggestions coming through what you ballers want as the merchandise. Underwear to hold the new balls.
Yes, like it.
Not a bad idea. We've got to make it gender neutral though.
Yeah.
Shirts, guys, I've got too many caps that never get worn. That's from James. As I started this, a colourful shirt would be on brand. A cap, not so on brand for Baz. Interesting.
A bandana, maybe.
Start with a mankini.
Oh, wow. Yes. Why not?
Well, you could wear that, Baz. That's all you. Shabira to Maxwell. Right up over the wicket. Gives himself room. Cuts away. Wasn't even that wide. They'll settle for 1. The Australians are rebuilding nicely now by Inglis and also Maxwell. This partnership is 29 on the Type House scoreboard.
Test cricketers can bat for hours in the hot sun. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. The top performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Inglis 15, Maxwell 22. Australia 4 for 160 for Remitly worldwide money transfers. Tom Morrison, Bharat, Sundaresan. Maybe 200 is on.
Absolutely.
Last couple of overs have been excellent.
They have the 2 missed opportunities. How about Sri Lanka? They've given both these batters a life each.
Maxwell goes to switch hit again. It's full, and it's an unbelievable catch. Oh, you will not see a better catch in this World Cup than that. A ripper. It went like a tracer bullet. Maxwell departs for 22. That's a game changer.
And guess what? It's the same guy who dropped him in the previous over. That one was a sitter. This one is an absolute specky, as they say here in Australia. He went like a goalkeeper.
We have umpire review for fair catch. It's a fair delivery. Looking at the screen
Look at that.
That's a goalkeeper.
Oh, that's like a goalkeeper. Spectacularly done.
Roll forward.
That's out.
Check his movement.
And he controlled his movement beautifully as well.
And he has a control on the movement as well. I'm going to make my decision for the big screen.
Beautifully done by the third umpire as well. So Pathum Nissanka dropped a very straightforward opportunity of Maxwell in the previous over, as pulled off a blinder. Only 3 balls later. So Glenn Maxwell's dangerous cameo has come to an end. Sri Lanka are still breathing.
22 from 15 balls, 1-4-1-6. Takes a hanger from Nissanka to rein it in. The Australians are 5 down. Marcus Stoinis will be the new man at number 7. Recovered from his finger injury the other night. Good news for the Australians. I've got to say, that was a theatrical catch. I thought it was further away from him when I first saw it, but he still did well to hold on to it because it went hard.
That's a great catch.
Daniel Cherney's texted in. That's proper Jonty Rhodes stuff, he says.
There you go.
Hello to Daniel. Interesting if Australia wins today or not, or wins the next game. We'll determine where you are over the next month or so.
Correct. Yeah.
Wonder what he's hoping for, Baz.
I know what I'm hoping for.
What's that?
I won't reveal it on air.
I'm hoping that Australia win.
Yeah, for sure. I'm biased towards my good friend, Mrs. Cherney. So
yes, hello to Sarah.
Whatever she wants is what I want.
I think she should be proud of her husband being an anchor in the media game in Adelaide.
That's true.
He really held together that innings.
He speaks about it, yeah.
It was falling apart at the seams away from him. Stoinis lap sweep down to short third man for a single.
It was the kind of innings that Steve Smith would have played today if it was picked.
Absolutely. I mean, people coming and going like flies. Tom Decent departs. I play a little cameo, then have to depart. Daniel Cherney, the only constant in that knock. Anyway, Amantha bowling to Inglis. Over cover. He doesn't quite get it. 1 bounce 4. I say he doesn't quite get it. He still hits it beautifully, but I got this sense he wanted to hit it for 6. It doesn't matter. He's an excellent play, Josh Inglis, against spin. 5 for 165, the Australians.
He certainly is. That's a very high quality shot. To go inside out like that, with the little bit of turn that Hemanta is getting off this pitch, but still very nicely done.
Inglis right back in the crease, on the stumps, defending down the wicket. Interesting game of cricket here, Baz. It's actually, it's been topsy-turvy, it's been up and down. I think both teams would fancy they're in a reasonable position.
Yep.
Mantha bowls to Inglis, cuts away. That'll spin further away from the fielder who's tracking around from deep cover. They are quick in the field, the Sri Lankans. 2 runs to Josh Inglis.
Yeah, considering Sri Lanka are the ones who decided to field first, they would have been flat after those first 8 overs. Because it looked like Australia would get to 230 pretty easily. Then they've just kept coming back. They've kept taking wickets. And Hemanta has continued to blow kisses to the crowd.
Inglis single to finish the over to long on. 5 for 168, the Australians. 3 overs remaining on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Keeping your vehicle running at its optimum level is a duty the team at Tyre Power take very seriously. So, on top of the famous free 5-minute tyre safety check, Tyre Power also offers maintenance and tyre servicing. It's like going to the physio, but for your tyres. This month, you can get 25% off on both selected Falcon and Dunlop passenger and SUV tyres. Big brands, better buy sale on now. Find your Aussie-owned local independent Tyre Power dealer at tyrepower.com.au.
5 for 168. Josh Inglis putting in a shift. He should have been out first ball stumped. He's now 19 from 16 with 2 boundaries. He's ready to explode. Xavier Bartlett still to come. Cooper Connolly due to come in next. Pace now. Chimera. He's gone for 25 from his 2. He's right up around the wicket to Josh Inglis. Goes to lap sweep it. Reverse lap sweep it. Dribbles through to the keeper.
Yeah, this is where they're really missing Patirana. Finishes so strongly for whoever, regardless of who he's playing for.
Skillful bowling,
Baz. Yep, there's a nice little leg cut. I mean, he's really developed his skills over the years, Chomira. He burst onto the scene around 10 years ago. It was all about pace. Used his height, but he's become a very clever T20 operator. Gets to play around the world now. He's played in the IPL and other leagues.
Just turned 34 last month. Played 12 test matches for his country. Took a fifer. Now on the T20 circuit. Very wide of the crease, Chimera. Slow ball. Inglis punches it down the ground. Unbelievable shot. Really classy. Full face of that Kookaburra Diablo for a boundary. Beats the man at long off. Baz, that could be the shot of the night.
Oh, you better believe it. Oh. No, that was cream down the ground. It's made a great sound as it came off the bat, and it sped down the ground, and long off had no chance. So Inglis is just beginning to find his groove. Danger signs again for Sri Lanka.
Chimera bowls to Inglis, hoiks it away to deep backward square, fielded and keeps it to 1.
Oh, brilliant.
Really well done from Sri Lanka.
He's known for his fielding, Hemanta. There's some talk that he should be in this squad purely for his fielding.
I saw that, and if you can do the other skills well, you become a pretty good 3-dimensional player.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken 3 crucial wickets today. 2 openers and Glenn Maxwell. He'll take that head, Marshall Maxwell, in his first game against Australia.
Someone listening to us from New Delhi.
All right.
Yeah.
Enjoying our podcast.
Yeah. We need this win. Cheers from Aaron. Thank you, Aaron, from New Delhi. I'd love to know where else people listen from around the world. I think we had a couple of new ballers from Montreal across the summer.
We have.
Chimera bowling to Stoinis. Stoinis often circumspect initially, steals a single to cover. He's moved to 2. Inglis is 27, 5 for 174.
Yeah, I mentioned Candy and Palakeli earlier. Like, you got to stay with the beaches of Sri Lanka last year. Tommy, Gaul and Unawatuna and other parts. Really beautiful southern part of Sri Lanka, but this is more in the north where all the tea plantations are, the elephant orphanages. just stunning sights, stunning views. So if you are planning a trip to South Asia, and you've always been fascinated by India, go to Sri Lanka first.
Nice. You'd be an excellent travel agent, Baz.
Thank you so much, man.
You would. I'd trust you with my holiday. I will be trusting you this time next year in India. I need to trust you if no one else I can trust. Inglis, that's a short ball. Up in the air, the keeper calls him out, but it's taken a point. That was quick. Inglis was thoroughly beaten for pace. 140 clicks in the 18th over. He departs for 27.
Well, we spoke about how dangerous Australia are when they have got their backs to the wall. This has been some performance from Sri Lanka. I mean, they'd been pushed and kind of put in a submission move by the Australians in the early going when Head and Marsh were flowing. But firstly through their spinners, and just in the last couple of overs, Dushmantha Chameera, their seasoned seamer, has come to the party. So Josh Inglis, like Glenn Maxwell, threatened to give Australia the big finish, but he succumbed to a very good piece of bowling from Chameera around the wicket in what has been a very, very good 18th over from the fast bowler, as Australia's last recognised bat comes to the crease in Cooper Conley. He needs runs as well. He's going through a lean patch. Controversial selection, some might say, ahead of Matt Kuhneman. So he'll have a role to play with the ball later, but it's what he can do with the next 19 deliveries that matter for now.
He's got no way to sugarcoat. He's got a terrible T20 international record. A little 10 not out here is all that Australia needs. 10 to 15 not out. And that was a proper bumper from around the wicket. That would get a lot of cricketers out in a test match. A few people asking what we're eating tonight, Baz. What are you eating to keep yourself going?
I've got some sugar.
Should be here at bowls. Connolly guides it to backward point for a single. End of the over. 2 remaining for the Australians. 6 for 175.
Test cricketers can bat for hours in the hot sun. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. The top performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
6 for 175, the Aussies. We're here for Remitly Worldwide Money Transfers. Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. So, as you say, you got sugar. You don't just have like sugar sitting there, surely.
No. I mean, I have some dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah.
Confectionery.
Edible dinosaurs, obviously.
Edible dinosaurs. I have my Twiggy sticks. I don't want to be cute, but this is what my wife packs for me.
Be as cute as you want, Baz. It's that time of the night. Thikshana bowls his mystery spin. Connolly's hit on the pad. Dot ball. So 11 balls remaining. 6 for 175. There's an argument that Sri Lanka are actually favourites at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they would take this from where they were. None for 102 in the 8th over to where they've come. This has been tremendous stuff from them.
Thikshana bowls. Connolly cuts forward at point. That's well fielded in the deep. It's one of those ones that spun on the second bounce. And the Sri Lankan fielder down there had to run to his left and then double back to his right and kept it to 2.
I mean, it's Kamil Mishra this time, so another really good fielder. They've got their right fielders in the right positions. He's not playing today, in as a substitute for Patirana, I guess. So, I mean, can Australia get a couple of sixes of these last 10 deliveries? They'll want more, though.
Connolly goes to slog sweep it in the air. Should be out at third man, and he is. Excellent diving catch from Kusal Mendes. He ran to his right. Connolly departs. Another failure in this format for the West Australian young gun. 7 for 177. The Australians are falling like flies.
They certainly are. I mean, this has been some collapse. I mean, none for 104 they were of 8.2 overs when Travis Head fell. from that point on, they've lost 7 for 71. And it's been a performance where all the Sri Lankan bowlers have come to the party. They're missing a key figure in Pathirana, who bowled only 4 deliveries. And the home team have really put on a show. And now, you're right, they could finish this innings probably as favourites going into that run chase. If they can keep this below 190, that'll be within range on a pitch where, yeah, they bowl well, but it really hasn't played any tricks so far. And Australia are a bowler shot.
I feel like the longer the innings has gone, the more the ball has gripped and spun, Baz. Didn't spin at all early on, and it's actually holding up a little bit more now. But it's a batting pitch. It really is.
It is, yeah.
Every batter would back themselves. Xavier Bartlett, the new man. 9 balls remaining in the innings. He joins Stoinis, who's only faced 2 deliveries. Bartlett, inside edge to short, finally. You can't get Stoinis on strike. Dikshana has 1 for 37 from 3.3.
Well, just to digress for a second, we have a listener from New York, John Semlek. So, hello, John. Tell us what time of the day it is over there.
Is he a friend of yours?
No. Never met John.
But he's texted.
No, Twitter.
Twitter.
There we go. Or X.
I like that. From New York. Welcome, one and all. Another dot ball, wide Yorker. Xavier Bartlett just cannot get.
This is brilliant.
Stoinis on strike.
Oh, Sana Jayasuriya. I told you he'll be on his feet.
Yeah. Oh, God, I used to love Jayasuriya as a player. That Kookaburra bubble that he had, he would cut Andy Bickle for 6 over point like he was doing it in his sleep. What a player. His left-arm orthodox was more than handy as well.
Oh, so many wickets.
A very simple action. Great play. Him and Marvin Atapatcha at the top of the order. Kurulatharana before that. Another wide Yorker. It should be a dot, and it is. That over went for 2. The penultimate over of the bowling innings went for 2 with a wicket. 7 for 177. And Australia's in some trouble, but they've just stalled, Baz. I'll be interested to see the diagnosis of this, but the Sri Lankans have been excellent.
Oh, the Sri Lankans have put the handbrake on this Australian innings. And, I mean, if the handbrake was put in a few overs ago, now they've just switched off the engine. This innings was supposed to explode at one point. And just even in the last 3 overs, so Australia were 4 for 160 at the end of the 16th over. They've scored 17 runs from that point and they've lost 3 wickets. Maxwell, Inglis and Cooper Connolly. They've done everything right, Sri Lanka, in the last few overs. You worried for them, didn't you? You felt like that the Bash brother performance from Head and Marsh had done enough damage, the 100-run partnership.
It just got in the nick of time. I thought at one stage Australia could honestly finish 2 for 250.
Yeah. But they just hung in there with their spinners.
And their pacemen as well. This is one of them. Shamira is bowling with a head full of steam to Marcus Stoinis, who defends the ball to backward point with the first ball of the last over. And he's happy to take the strike. I don't think he's taking many singles here. I think you get 10 off it, 4 and a 6. That might just about do the Aussies.
Yeah, Marcus Stoinis is another one of their power hitters. I mean, Australia's whole game plan is designed around them. Head and Marsh at the top, and then they just keep coming at you. They've tried doing that, but it just hasn't worked. I mean, they had the platform today. The openers had fired, but one after the other, they've just come and gone. Cam Green, pretty ordinary innings from him. Inglis was fortunate, Maxwell was fortunate, but they couldn't make the most of it. Cooper Connolly, another failure for him. Down to Stoinis now.
There's a false start. They're still moving the field. Stoinis apologises to the bowler. John Semlak, who's joining us on X from New York, explains that it's 10 a.m. over there and a holiday. With the holiday being New York at the moment, I think February.
1-day holiday? Australia, once again, to reiterate, a bowler shot. They played Connolly ahead of Kuhnemann. Jayasuriya looks confident.
Shamira bowling to Stoinis. Right arm around the wicket. Low full toss. Does he take the 1? They have to come back for 2. They do. Bartlett and Stoinis good between the wickets. Stoinis just made it in time at the striker's end. Bartlett was racing. Stoinis not as quick as he once was. He's 4 from 4. Oh, that's a no ball.
There you go.
Unforgivable. That could change everything. It'll be a free hit.
Really good, especially after that dot ball to start the over. The Sri Lankan fans know it. Hands go to head. Lasith Malinga is not happy. What does he do now? Free hit. Can he? He's stuck to around the wicket. Does he go short? He bowled the bouncer really well to Inglis in the previous over. Does he go wide Yorker? You can't change the field now.
Tell you what it is, Baz. It's the siren of death. You hear that siren, the whole fielding team goes, oh no.
I'm not a big fan of that siren.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
well, especially because you're a bowler. I love it as a batter. Free hit. Stoinis. Big swing and a miss. It was a slow ball. It was in the slot.
Nicely done.
It was a courageous delivery, really. Yeah. He's done well there.
One thing I can tell you as someone who bowls off the wrong foot, the siren will never sound for me. I just can't physically bowl a no ball.
It's actually impossible.
It is impossible.
It's like Murali bowling with a straight arm because he's got double jointed elbow.
Yeah. I always tell the umpire that you don't have to worry about the popping crease. Yeah, I just can't go past it.
It's actually the back crease that's more of an issue for you.
It is,
especially when you're bowling like McKine and Teeny around the wicket.
I bowl close to the stumps. You've seen me
It's
bowl.
tough to start. I've seen you bowl. I've been impressed. Head bowed odd. President's Day in New York today. That's the public holiday. Hello to all our New York listeners on the SEN app. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. I think Baz and I were talking about our favourite places to go in Washington the other night. Not quite sure how that came up. Washington Sunda, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, that's right.
Shamira Stoinis. Outside edge. Out! Caught it short third man. Stoinis departs. It's been a monumental collapse for Australia, and it could cost them a spot in the Super 8s. Stoinis, the last man to go. They're 8 for 180.
But they've just not got going, have they? After that opening partnership, another leg cutter from Dushmanta Chamira, this time from around the wicket. A sharp catch from Theekshana. Is not the best fielder or catcher in the Sri Lankan team, but they've all played a role. Chamira lets out a roar. Marcus Stoinis admonishes himself. He's not come to the party yet again. And Australia have really lost momentum and control of this game. They were the ones dictating terms. But unless they can pick up a couple of sixes of the next 3 balls as Nathan Ellis joins Bartlett in the middle, with the bowling attack that they have and the way this pitch is played, overall, I think Sri Lanka will back themselves. One of Nisanka and Kusal Pereira comes off. I think Sri Lanka have a chance. Australia might be in trouble.
Yeah, the Australians will see it like they've got a score to bowl at. The Sri Lankans will see it like they've got a score to chase. And that makes a good game of cricket. Real toss of the coin sort of stuff, depending how these last 3 balls go. Chamira's got a head full of steam. He's bowling to Ellis around the wicket to bumper. Ellis lets it go through to the keeper. It's a legal delivery. A text through here, Baz, I like this. It's from 499. The Aussies' ability to build in innings, and I mean that collectively, is woeful. Smith at 3 would be so much better than Green. He can control the tempo up and down, which gives Green, David, etc. can't do. The inability to play spin and control tempo is the reason they'll probably go home early. Probably the thoughts from many Australian cricket fans listening now on SEN, on the app. But this 11 should be good enough to make the most of that start that Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh gave them.
And they haven't. Some more failures for a few of them, so the bowlers better come to the party.
Second last ball, slow ball. Ellis, big swing and a miss. They can scamper through for a bye, but I think Bartlett might be run out. He is.
He is.
So Bartlett's run out for a duck, which means Adam Zampa will walk to the crease and face the last ball of the innings. 9 wickets down.
I mean, I can't get over just the boyish glee in Sanat Jayasuriya, the head coach's face. He lost his smile. He did not smile for an entire hour.
He forgot how to spell it.
when Head and Marsh were in the middle now, and there's a smile bursting from the side of his mouth. He's punching the air. He's loving it. Sri Lanka loving it. They are well and truly back into this contest. Australia have lost 9 wickets for 76 runs. What a collapse this is.
Australia was 1 for 104 from 8.2 overs.
Yeah, none for 104.
None for 104 from 8.2 overs. They were looking at 220, 230. They were looking at net run rate. They were looking at Oman going, we've got you covered, we'll see you in the Super 8s. And now they're staring down the barrel of a second straight defeat. Zampa, last ball innings. He's facing Chimera. He's taken 2. Slower ball. Zampa opens up the play. Guides it to deep point. We're going to come back for 2. And he's out. Had to take the risk. He keeps running towards the boundary line, which means Australia were bowled out in 11.3 overs. Remarkable stuff. All out, 181. Baz, make sense of it for me, please, because I can't.
Yep. I mean, this has gone pear-shaped for Australia. They looked in command. They looked like they already had one foot in to the next round. The way the openers had gone, Head and Marsh were hitting 6s and 4s for fun. We were talking about how this is the kind of pitch that they would have wanted in Sri Lanka, against Sri Lanka, and we were questioning Sri Lanka's decision to bowl first. And especially when you put into context that Chamira went for 16 runs in his first over. Patirana broke down after just 4 balls, had to leave the field with a hamstring injury, or what we think is a hamstring injury. There were no smiles in the Sri Lankan camp then. Now, as the players walk off the field, lots of pats on bums from Jayasuriya and Malinga and the rest. And Australia will feel they've left a lot of runs out there. The middle order just didn't fire. They've failed to capitalize on what was a terrific platform that Head and Marsh on his return to the team had provided. And now with a weakened bowling attack, a largely inexperienced bowling attack, they will have their task cut out to defend this total, because Sri Lanka will believe that they have enough batting to chase down 182. So in just the last 4 overs, so there were two points from where Australia could have gone big. A, the start, none for 104, you said. But then there was a bit of consolidation between Josh Inglis and Glenn Maxwell, both of whom got a life each, a mid-stumping and a dropped catch. And at the start of the 17th over, Tom, so after 16 overs, Australia were 4 for 160. And you still back them to get around 200, 210. And they've managed only 21 runs in the last 4 overs.
Is that right?
That is just superb from Sri Lanka. Full credit to the co-hosts. Looking at their bowling card, Hemanta playing in place of Hasaranga, went for plenty in his first over, came back, got rid of Head, then got rid of Marsh, and then got rid of Maxwell to that brilliant catch from Nisanka, who had just dropped him. Tikshana also didn't start very well, but finished with a crucial wicket. Vela Lage, I thought, bowled, was probably the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 33 in his 4 overs.
How many... Oh, let's go to now. Have a listen to Travis Head.
Second half of the innings, so yeah, really important power play for us, and then getting to our spin, and as the innings goes on, hopefully it deteriorates.
Congratulations on your own innings, 56 and 29. You and Mitch put on 100. Looked the easiest time to bat, or did you just make it look easy, Travis?
It's always the easiest time to bat against the new ball. Yeah, nice to get off the start. Nice to have Mitchie back. Partnership rolled along. So, yeah, nice to play my part. One of us probably would like to go on with it, but that's the game, and we got ourselves a score.
What did the batters say when they were coming in? There was a flurry of wickets falling. Was it getting more difficult?
I think you can see there's a bit of spin there, and as the ball got a bit softer, so it all happens quickly. But yeah, we got a bit of time now to debrief that and communicate what we thought went well for them. They bowled well in the second half, so take those into the second innings and then bowl well.
Good luck, Travis.
Cheers, thanks, mate.
That's Travis Head talking to the great Mark Howard. Baz, just remind me again, what did Australia make from the last 4 overs? Was it 21 runs?
Just 21 runs. Oh. And they lost 6 wickets. So 6 for 21 in the last 4 overs. That is a collapse. That is it's too late in the night for me to say the word, but it's calamity.
It's a calamity.
It is a calamity. Let's just leave it at that.
It's a calamity.
From 4 for 160 to 181 all out in the space of 4 overs.
It's a wild, volatile swing of momentum that has Sri Lanka probably favourites to win this game at the halfway point. Remarkable stuff. Once you think you know what's going on, the opposite happens, and that's what we've seen tonight. The text machine's lit up, which is fantastic. We're going to cover these in a few moments' time. So if you have any thoughts on this Australian innings, please flick them through. We'll read them out. 0433 98 11 16. It might be 2:17 a.m. on the east coast of Australia, but people are awake. And I tell you what, Baz, people aren't happy. 0433
for good reason.
98 11 16. After the break, Sri Lanka need 182 to win.
SEN's expert coverage of the ICC T20 Cricket World Cup for Host Plus. Named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
At Tyre Power, you get the power of better buys on big brand tyres. Right now, you can keep the cost of living down with a better buy on big brand Falcon or Dunlop tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on a great range of Falcon and Dunlop tyres suitable for passenger and SUV vehicles. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon and Dunlop tyres. Big brands, better buys and better for your safety too at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Test cricketers can bat for hours in the hot sun. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. The top performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
This is it. Chadstone Kia's got a ute. Home of the Kia Tasman. I've been out there, test-driven one myself. The space of the dual cab is next level. Go and test drive that Tasman ute. Chadstone Kia has the Tasman in stock right now. Featuring low-range gearing, ground view monitors and auto rear locking differential in select models. Dare to be different with a Kia Tasman in stock now. Go and see the legends at Chadstone Kia and test drive today. chadstonekia.com.au. T's and C's apply. LMCT 11716.
Everything grows better. Installing or upgrading an irrigation system? View the latest from Nutrien Water. Trusted for over 25 years, the Toro 570 series sprinkler provide everything needed for residential and commercial contractors. 2500 series control valves for light commercial and residential use. And 2400 series control valves for residential use offer solid construction, reliable performance and convenient operation to suit the specific needs of homeowners. Visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrien Water. Metricon turns 50 and we're celebrating big. Right now, during our birthday sale, we're giving you up to $70,000 in savings and bonus upgrades across our Freedom and Designer homes. That includes refrigerated cooling, a fully rendered home, a roof made from Colorbond steel, plus energy-saving battery and solar. It's our 50th birthday celebration, but the bonuses and savings are all yours. Search Metricon. Conditions apply. Select build regions. CDBU 52967, NSW 1746999C.
Who washed and painted your building? It looks awesome.
Synergy Painting Group.
Wow, they really hit that winter grind for...
6?
Yeah. So they can also give my building a hot wash and clean to assess what painting I need to protect its surfaces?
You bet. Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, their team of expert painters will create a lasting impact.
Synergy Painting Group, hey?
Yep. Also check out their comprehensive commercial solutions including line marking, signage, roof coatings and epoxy flooring.
Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability.
It's tea time, Dusty.
I know. I'm in the Future Golf app, booking a tea time right now.
No, not that tea time, mate. It's tea time on SEN with you and I.
Don't miss Future Golf's Tea Time on SEN each Thursday night at 5:55 p.m. Hear about Miles Fitzner's journey as he explores the huge variety of courses and Future Golf membership offers. Joined by Dusty from Future Golf. They chat courses, events, and all things happening at your local track. Download the Future Golf app with live tee times coming soon.
Up in Queensland, they're making something devilishly refreshing. New to Melbourne, Diablo Alcoholic Ginger Beer. Every sip brings a full ginger flavour with a lift of lime, gentle chili, and a smooth, crisp finish. But only 7 grams of sugar per 100 mils and no artificial flavours. Plus, it's 100% gluten-free, endorsed by Celiac Australia. Diablo Alcoholic Ginger Beer. Devilishly refreshing. Distilled, not brewed. Produced with Queensland's finest ginger and pure Mary Valley spring water. Find your nearest stockist at diabloco.com.au. Enjoy responsibly.
For Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. And for Henley Homes, hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. The 2026 ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup on SEN Cricket.
Maxwell slaps it over long on for 6. He gave himself some room. Shuffle to the leg side. Maxwell goes to switch hit again. It's full, and it's an unbelievable catch. You will not see a better catch in this World Cup than that. A ripper. It went like a tracer bullet. I need to trust you if no one else I can trust. Inglis, that's a short ball. Up in the air, the keeper calls him out, but it's taken a point. Connolly goes to slow sweeping in the air. Should be out at third man, and he is. Excellent diving catch from Kusal Mendes. Outside edge, out. Caught it short third man. Stoinis departs. It's been a monumental collapse for Australia, and it could cost them a spot in the Super 8s. Oh, absolute mayhem. Absolute mayhem. I've never thought I'd say this. At 2:23 a.m. in Melbourne, the text machine has lit up, Baz. People are disgusted with the Australian team. They're outraged at what they saw. Tell us what you told us before the break about the collapse, Baz. Give us the numbers.
It's an almighty collapse. 6 for 21 in 4 overs. Just when we thought they were going to finish big and get that target close to 200, the Australians just suddenly don't look as confident as they would have if they had managed to capitalize on the great start. Travis had said it himself. It was the easiest period to bat in during that early part. But unlike Australia, Sri Lanka know what they need to get. And these two are explosive openers. Pathum Nissanka, who's been one of their key figures in white ball cricket across formats, really, the last 3-4 years. And Kushal Janit Pereira, who's been around for a long time now. His umpteenth T20 World Cup. And how much would he want, or how much would he love to play a big role in getting themselves qualified for the next round and more or less knocking Australia out?
That's right, yeah. Win here books Sri Lanka a seat in the next round for sure. I mean, they're probably there anyway, but certainly there if they win this. They need 182 to win. I'm going to filter through some of these text messages as we go. There's quite a few coming in, Baz. Mostly of the negative variety, although Brett says, show some heart, Aussies, this is it. Xavier Bartlett will begin proceedings. We know he likes bowling with a new ball. We know he can shape it. We also know that he's probably a little bit stung from being left out of the last game for Ben Dwarshuis. They reversed that back, which seems to be a logical decision, given that Dwarshuis went for his 40 from 4. Here comes Bartlett, right arm over the wicket. He's bowling to Nissanka. Bit of shape. Defence into the offside. No run.
Yeah, just for Australia for so long now, for a decade. They've gone into ICC World Cups, T20 and 50-over World Cups and multinational tournaments with their plan A, just Dial, Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, and then they're there. I mean, you're defending this total with those three, or at least even 2 of them in this bowling attack. It looks very different.
Yeah.
If you're Sri Lanka, you're looking at this Australian bowling attack and going, yeah, we fancy that.
Yeah. Bartlett and Nissanka. Lovely cut shot. But there's a man at deep backward point. It's Nathan Ellis for 1. So Nissanka's off the mark. Pereira will now be on strike. A reminder, 182 to win.
Sri Lanka will still need a good start. Just like we saw it with Pakistan yesterday, just the makeup of their batting lineup. I think there's a little more firepower lower down for them than with Pakistan. But they depend so much on the top order firing and getting them off to a flyer in the power play. Australia did it. If Sri Lanka can do that, they can really put pressure on Australia's bowling resources today or tonight.
Bartlett to Pereira, leading edge. It's a deep backward point for 1. So he's off the mark. What was Australia for the power play? About, I think, none for 70 from 6. And then the next over went for 14. So none for 84 from 7.
And then another big over. So they were 104, or they got to 104 of the first ball of the 9th over.
That's right, yeah.
And then Travis Head got out soon after. Some fancy headbands in the crowd.
Bartlett's in the Sunka. An early wicket would mean the world to Australia, just to give themselves a bit of momentum back. Well, he won't get it then. That is a shot and a half. Nothing more than a paddle for 6 over fine leg. Oh, the Sunka. Have a word.
Well, he's taken a specky already on the field. And you can put that right up with some of the best shots we've seen so far. How good was that? Minimal movement of the feet and his hands. All wrists from Pathum Nissanka. So Sri Lanka are going to come hard at Australia early. And Bartlett under pressure. Nissanka enjoyed it. So did his senior partner at the other end.
Bartlett bowls. Nissanka drives through cover. No, straight to cover.
Wow.
Marcus Stoinis fields. My word, he hit that hard as well.
He got all of it.
Yeah.
He's a very pretty batter to watch, Nissanka. He's entertained the Sri Lankan fans with runs across formats, famous Test hundreds in England. And if he comes off, Sri Lanka will be well on their way. He's the big wicket early on for Australia. He's going to give them that wicket.
Yeah. Last ball of Bartlett's first over. He bowls into Sunka, plays a miss outside the off stump. There's an appeal, but Richard Kettleborough isn't interested. End of the over, no wicket for 8 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
Falls are the #1 killer on Victorian construction sites. There are 5 levels of protection. If you don't know them, you're working blind. Learn the hierarchy of controls or risk a lifetime off the tools. Search WorkSafe Victoria High Standards.
Now Marcus Stoinis will open the bowling, just like he did against Zimbabwe. So no spin. Right arm medium. He does have that left hand heavily strapped from his injury the other night, but he's fit to play. Boy, he was frustrated when he got out, wasn't he, Baz?
He was. There were 2 distinct reactions from bowler and batter, very close to each other.
Yep.
Chamira let out a roar of delight. Stoinis wasn't happy with himself, mainly.
Yeah. Kasul Pereira's on strike, the left-hander facing Stoinis, who can shape it back into the left-hander. He's bowling over the wicket. That goes right across him. Inglis does well to take the ball behind the stumps with a bottom edge, diving to his right. All right, some text messages here, Baz.
Yep.
It's a selection, I think. Cam Green is beyond protected, says Mark. His ridiculous EPL, I think he means IPL, price does not put him ahead of Smith or Renshaw. Selection blunder of the highest order. Nathan says, we deserve to lose. What happened to our team? Seriously, there's no excuses for inexcusable efforts. This one says, I'm speaking for many. Thanks a lot, Australia. I was going to bed now and have to stay up and explain to my team why I'm sleepy. Pereira advances down the wicket. Toe of the bat. Could be out. Is. Nathan Ellis takes the catch at deep backward point. Stoinis stares the batter down. And against the run of all the momentum and all the play, Sri Lanka lose their first.
I mean, that is his role at the top of the order, Kusal Janit Pereira. He was brought into the side specifically to do this. Just gave himself a bit too much room in the end. You could see he had to follow the ball and was never going to be in control of that shot. Ideally would have wanted to hit that more over the point region. Ended up getting an edge and skying it to Nathan Ellis, who had to come in a few yards from the boundary, and easy catch for him. So Australia do draw first blood, and Kusal Pereira's stay has come to an end. So their two best batters are now out there in the middle together. Let's see what they can do. But Australia needed something. Yeah, they just gone a bit flat after that collapse. They needed a wicket to get themselves going.
Kusal Mendes, 56 not out and 61 so far this tournament. So he's in some nice touch, albeit against probably lesser opponents. But still runs are runs, as they say, Baz. Can't control who you're playing against.
He likes batting against Australia.
Yes.
Always has, since he kick-started his career against them 10 years ago in Test cricket.
Yep. In Gaul. That's right. So here's a right-hander. He's facing Stoinis, right armour, over the wicket. Guides it to deep backward point for one, which has become a fashionable position. Just another couple of texts before I wrap this up. Last 10 overs a complete debacle, says Steve from Armidale. Twos all over the ground, should have been 200 plus. Selfish and dumb cricket. This is from Jim in Monash, South Australia. Baz, you'll like this. Evening, fellas. Another great call. I'm listening from Monash, South Australia. Harvesting Pinot Grigio grapes.
Oh,
hopefully yesterday, not till the sun comes up this time.
Yesterday was Chardonnay, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Wow.
Another similar message from Webster Pete from Kapultura in Queensland. Stoinis bowls stump to stump. Still Nisanka manages to get off strike to backward point. 1 for 10 from 1.4. The target's 182.
Australia will ideally like Nisanka out before the end of this power play. They can do that. They'll feel like they can control the tempo of this innings. Ratanaike and Shanaka and Kamindu Mendes. It's a decent middle order, but not the most power-packed.
Stoinis bowls, steps across the crease, does Kusal Mendes. Doesn't quite get it, but there's no fine leg in place, and as a result, they'll get at least a couple. Nathan Ellis ran around, tapped it back. Good bit of fielding. Kept it to 2. Nathan Ellis is so quick in the field.
Yes. It came off glove, didn't it?
That's why it didn't quite go.
Yeah, but still the quickness of this outfield almost got him a boundary. Ellis had to put in the slide, the fine leg fence, so...
And not only that, his slide was so good that he tapped the ball about 10 metres to his teammate, which kept it to 2. Put in the hard yards, Nathan Ellis. He's going to be required at some stage soon. Stoinis to Kusal Mendes. Bowls now. Back in the crease. Nudges it to mid-on for no run. End of the over. A good one for the Australians. A wicket. 1 for 12 Sri Lanka from 2 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. With more than 290 stores right across the country, we're not just Australia's biggest group of independent tyre retailers, we're all 100% Aussie owned. That's 100% Aussie owned, 100% independent, local and loyal. And we reckon that's more important than ever. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
We're here for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders and come back to us. Henley.com.au. Baz is the expert for Host Plus. Australia 1 for 12. Xavier Bartlett to Nisanka. Down the crease for 4. He didn't quite pick it up as he wanted to. It was straight enough to beat the man at mid-on. A boundary for him.
He likes the look of Bartlett. And like we saw with the Australian openers as well, they fancy the onto the bat, especially early on. And he got enough bat on it to pick himself up another boundary.
Bartlett bowling to Nisanka. Down to fine leg. Helped it on its way for 4. That's a slightly loose delivery. Nisanka's not going to miss out on that. Fine leg is square. That was fine. 16 from 8. Bartlett's under the pump.
Oh, the Sri Lankan fans love it. Sanat Jayasuriya loves it. A lot of applause from him from the dugout. Easy pickings there. Lost his radar. Xavier Bartlett maybe preempted Nisanka coming down the pitch, so just tried to cramp him and ended up offering him a gift down the leg side.
Bartlett bowls. That's tight. Again, Kusal Mendes wants to single. He won't get it. Dot ball.
Australia will have to rely a lot on, I think, the two main wicket takers, Nathan Ellis and Adam Zampa. It was Adam Zampa who really brought them back into the World Cup in 2023 against Sri Lanka. With 2-0, they lost to India, lost to South Africa, in Lucknow. And that game was drifting. Sri Lanka were batting first. Zampa struck. He'll have to play a big role again tonight, like the Sri Lankan spinners did.
Bartlett and Asanka, this time cover drive. Trickles away on the onside, another dot. So Bartlett recovering well here after a poor start to the over.
Yeah, I mean, it was a massive collapse, but it's still a sizable total target for Sri Lanka to chase down. It's not going to be straightforward. Sri Lanka have the net run rate. And that'll be Australia's biggest concern if they do lose here. They'll have a lot of catching up to do against Oman. And even then, yeah, you have to rely on Ireland beating Zimbabwe to start with.
That's right, yeah.
And also Sri Lanka beating Zimbabwe.
It's a long way home from there. Essentially out of their hands. The end can come quick if you get it wrong early. Bartlett wide down the leg side. Full toss, but Richard Kettlebury's having none of it.
Pressure is on here. Margin for error again, like we saw in the Australian innings, so minuscule, and the ball comes on to the bat like it is right now. Zampa and Conley and Maxwell will have a role with the ball.
Sanka pulls Bartlett away for one. Cooper Connolly patrolling the deep square leg boundary. 1 for 22.
Hey, we've spoken a lot about Australia, but a big game for Sri Lanka. Not a lot of people, or not a lot of fans have given them much of a chance in this tournament to go deep. And after the way Zimbabwe have played, maybe even get out of this round. So they can pull this win off. Always big win for them against Australia, but if they can qualify straight, clean after just the third game, that'll go a long way in giving them some confidence going into round two.
Bartlett bowls. Late cut from Kusal Mendes for 4. Third man's in the ring. He's timed that to perfection. Big over for Sri Lanka. 14 runs from it. 1 for 26 from 3 on the Type House scoreboard. Trust the Tyre experts.
The Cricket World Cup feels like a reunion with friends and family following the action, even from different sides of the world. And when the match ends and your thoughts head home, stay close with Remitly. Great rates, fast transfers, and secure delivery. Download the Remitly app today and stay close wherever you are.
I'm Justin O'Neill, former NRL player and now qualified chippy. I was always ready to step on field. And now, with Siteco workwear, ladders and PPE, I'm ready to step on site. Site ready, Siteco. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Nathan Ellis on to bowl for Remitly, worldwide money transfers. Bharat's here for Host Plus. That's right, you heard me. Bharat's here for Host Plus. Great job as always. Sri Lanka 1 for 26 from 3. Nathan Ellis is such a superb T20 bowler. And Australia needs every ounce of his skills and talents and perseverance tonight. He's bowling to Nasanka. Slow ball to start, just like he did in game 1. Single to short fine leg. Takes great courage to bowl a back of the hand slow ball. First ball is with 9 bats.
Yeah, but it's a bit like what we spoke about Josh Inglis and his playbook with bat in hand. That reverse paddle that he played very early in his innings. Now Nathan Ellis is just so used to starting off with his variety deliveries or change of pace.
Kusal Mendes is 7 from 4. Ellis bowls. Straight delivery. He likes the front pad, I reckon. But it's flicked straight to mid-wicket for no run.
Well, Mitchell Starc coined him the new white ball king for Australia, and he'll have to put his hand up here, Nathan Ellis. This is his opportunity. He's waited for it for a long time to lead this Australian attack in a must-win game. It has to be his time to shine. He's done well so far in this World Cup, but this is his moment. This has to be his moment.
Sri Lanka need 155 from 100 balls. Kasul on the back foot, inside edge onto his front foot. Trickles back to Nathan Ellis, who's gone for 1 run from his first 3 deliveries. I keep saying it. He's the Australian cricketing dream. He worked hard enough for long enough, moved states. Now here he is in Australia's best T20 team.
Yep.
A global tournament.
But wouldn't want to be part of the team that gets knocked out in round 1 when he's leading the attack. This is his chance though. He can put it right for Australia.
2 dots in a row. Bowls down the leg side to Kasul Mendes, who picks it up off his hips and hits it for 6. Wow. If you stray even a fraction straight to him, he'll dispatch you.
I mean, he pulled off a classy boundary where he played the late cut of Bartlett to finish the previous over. This one was a full pace delivery from Nathan Ellis, and boy did he use the pace. And look at that white ball fly. That went deep into that bottom tier. Almost ended up in the second tier. So another big 6 for Sri Lanka. They're scoring at the exact pace that they need to go at. They're going at over 9 and over. That's what they need. And Ellis under pressure early. 2 best batters in the middle.
Spin can't be far away. Ellis bowling to Kasul. Mendes outside the off stump. Too far outside the off stump. That'll be a wide. Going for the wide Yorker. Just outside the blue line. The ability for him and is it Abhishek Sharma, who plays the same sorts of shots for India, to regularly hit 6s over fine leg is remarkable. Like, the only Australian I can really think who can do that is Glenn Maxwell can, but Matt Short does it regularly as well.
Yeah.
To hit balls off your hips behind square on the leg side. Amazing wrists. 2 balls remaining in the over. It's gone for 8. Ellis bowls. Kasul Mendes is hit on the pad. There's a big appeal from Ellis. He thought it was out. I must admit, the naked eye, I thought it might be sliding. They'll have a chat. Mitch Marsh rolls over. Ask Nathan Ellis what he thinks. He'll ask Josh Inglis what he thinks. Inglis had a shocking last game with reviews, and they'll go upstairs. Baz.
I mean, Nathan Ellis was super convinced. He went down on one knee and was begging umpire Ehsan Raza to raise the
we
finger.
have a review for LBW. Non-field decision is not out.
Didn't look very out to me. Sliding down the leg side.
Yes, there is a gap between bat and ball.
I would say umpire's call at best.
Go for ball tracking when ready, please.
Tom, we'll see. Can Australia they get lucky here? They have to get lucky with this review. Looks to be sliding down. And I think the Sri Lankan fans have seen the replay on the big screen. Australia, or the Australian fielders are just going back into position.
It never looked out. I was surprised Nathan Ellis was appealing the way he did.
It seemed more like, the guy who's just hit me for 6 of the previous delivery, I need a big appeal here.
Yeah, I wonder sometimes whether they literally appeal for umpire's call. If the umpire gets seduced into it and it's flicking, that's out.
No, that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. To get lucky with the umpire raising his finger and then hope for the best. Well, still don't know what's happening
Ball
here.
tracking coming up now.
Ball tracking here.
Pitching outside off.
As you said, it's umpire's call at best.
Wickets missing.
Missing the entire set of stumps. So Australia lose a review.
Stay with your urgency and SN.
Just like they did against Zimbabwe. They lost 2 reviews in the field. Both non-catches down the leg side. Josh Inglis has a big role to play here with those sorts of reviews. Last ball of the over, 1 for 34 Sri Lanka. They need 182 to win. Ellis has gone for 8. Slower ball, straight, soft hands, single, square of the wicket on the offside. Sanka will hold on to the strike. 1 for 35 on the Tyre Power scoreboard from 4 overs. Your trusted Tyre experts.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
With every sporting moment on SEN, passion meets performance. Just like Red Energy, proudly supporting Aussie homes and powering your day. Local, reliable and always here for you. 100% Australian electricity and gas. That's Red Energy. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders and come back to us. Henley.com.au. Cooper Connolly to the attack at the age of 22. Short on runs, high on potential. 1 for 35, Sri Lanka. That is a terrible delivery. And Kusal Mendes has somehow Q-ended it to mid-wicket. Wow, that's a let-off for the Australians.
You know, we often say that good cricket all round. That's just terrible cricket all round. Awful ball, awful shot. Only thing we didn't see was a missed field.
Dot ball. No, went for one, sorry. Stank hits it straight back at him on the bounce.
I mean, no runs with the bat. He's been brought in for the impressive tournament, so he has to deliver with the ball. He has to give them a wicket here. Start with some control as well.
Bowls now. Oh, that's nice. Sanka's back in the crease defending. What are your thoughts about Connolly v Kuderman as a bowling proposition? Are they in the same conversation in this format or not?
Not at all. I mean, Kuderman's become such a wily operator, bowls in the power play with the new ball. He's done really well in the BBL and for Australia.
Connolly bowls. Oh, wow. Switch hit. Sanka for 6. Over third man. It was a quicker ball and he helped it on its way.
And they're going to put pressure on the young man. Sri Lanka have the momentum. They are giving Australia a taste of their own medicine. They're not going at the pace at which Australia were going. They're going at 11s and 12s. But they're going at exactly the pace they need to go at to pull off this run chase.
That's bowls. Slides into Sanka's leg stump. Is good enough to pinch a 2 into mid-wicket if they're quick enough. And they are. Sanka's running between the wickets has been excellent.
And they already have 9 of the over. Good batting. Really good batting. Sri Lanka would want one of these two to be there in the end. Ideally, both of them.
That'd be a blow for the Australians. They lost. No wickets down. Connolly's cut between backward point and short third man for 4. Sanka slices the gap, dissects the gap superbly. Excellent batting and a very good over. Connolly's gone for 13. Sri Lanka 1 for 48 for 5. They're on top on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
RJ Sanderson and Associates. Taxation, business and self-managed super fund specialists. Take the stress out of tax and get your complimentary 2026 tax tips from rjsanderson.com.au. When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martel provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martel Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martelaustralia.com.au.
Sri Lanka need 134 from 90 balls for Remitly worldwide money transfers. Baz. Stornis bowls. Late cut. Again picks the gap from Kusal Mendes. Wow. Third man's in the circle. All Travis Head can do is watch it go over the rope for 4. Oh, the Sri Lankans are moving now. They are moving.
There's something about watching a diminutive subcontinental batter play the late cut. I grew up hearing a lot about Gundappa Vishwanath and him playing the late cut. And he's played 2 delightful shots and pierced that gap beautifully as Kusal Mendes.
It was so delicate, a deft touch. Like he was bowling 95 k's an hour. Stornis to Kusal, that's a bumper, and it might be a wide. It's only a small man.
Ooh, got away with it. Maybe because he ducked. Probably held his ground, and Mendes knows it. That was a bit of a chuckle. Oh, wow. 2 big games for Sri Lanka, this one and in Zimbabwe. The high-flying Zimbabweans. in two days' time. That's back at the Premadasa.
Yeah. We're going exactly 10 runs and over here, Sri Lanka. They're ahead of the run rate. Power play.
They're calling the shots at the moment. And Australia come back into the contest like Sri Lanka did with the ball. Adam Zampa, he has to be your guy.
Well, after the first 10 overs of the match were all Australia. The last 15 overs have been all Sri Lanka. And they're on top. Stoinis bowls. Half volley. Flicked wide of mid-on. No, excellent fielder from Glenn Maxwell. He dived at mid-on, full stretch, picked it up cleanly, threw it in, kept it to 1. Those 37-year-old legs can still move.
Certainly can. One of the reasons he said he didn't want to play 50-over cricket anymore was he wasn't sure of giving his all in the field for that long. He can still do it in 20-over cricket. He might have a role to play with the ball as well. A couple of left-handers to come yet for Sri Lanka.
Stoinis bowls to Nasanka. That's right on the wide line. What's the decision from the umpire?
It's a good call, I think.
Top ball, yeah. Stoinis knew it was close. Perfect, really.
Kusal Mendes is having a word with him.
So they're guide anyway, really, though, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Stoinis bowls. Slow ball. Nasanka pulls it away for 4. Beats the man at mid-wicket. Beats the man at mid-on. He's just shot a minute, this fella. He's a pleasure to watch. 34 from 19.
This is going exactly how Sri Lanka would have scripted it, this run chase. Every opportunity they get, they put it away for 4. It's a slow ball, but got his length wrong. Like we saw a couple of times from the Sri Lankans, and Darshan Shanaka's delivery just sat up on this pitch. And Nasanka just slapped it through mid-wicket for 4. Stoinis not happy with himself.
Stoinis bowls to Nasanka. Guided through first slip for 4. Ingles was diving to his right. He couldn't reach it. It was a bit too close for comfort, but he'll take it. Sri Lanka, 1 for 61 at the end of the power play. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre local.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Builders, homeowners, time to upgrade your windows? Melbourne Window Company delivers Australian-made aluminium windows and doors for new builds and replacements. Built tough, measured right, installed on time. Visit melbournewindowco.com.au. Melbourne Window Company, quality that never cracks.
A bit of momentum back. Well, he won't get it then. That is a shot and a half. Nothing more than a paddle for 6. Pereira advances down the wicket. Toe of the bat. Could be out. Is. Nathan Ellis takes the catch at deep backward point. Stoinis stares the batter down. Bowls down the leg side to Kusal Mendes, who picks it up off his hips and hits it for 6. Wow. If you stray even a fraction straight to him, he'll dispatch you. No wickets down. Connolly's cut between backward point and short third man for 4. Nasanka slices the cap, dissects the cap superbly. Wowee. The Sri Lankans are really putting the Australians to the sword. Andrew McDonald and Mitch Marsh locked in deep discussions at the end of the power play. A reminder, the Australians essentially need to win to keep their hopes of Super 8s alive. Yes, they can get there in other ways, but it's going to be difficult. If they lose, it's very, very hard. It's a long way home. Bharat Sundaresan is with me. Sri Lanka need 121 from 84 balls. And in modern day standards, that feels like a walk in the park.
Very much so. And against we've said it a few times on air tonight, a weekend Australian bowling attack. They've gone in with one specialist spinner and all-rounder in Connolly, who didn't make runs and who hasn't made a flash start with ball in hand. You'd think that they have to turn to their number 1 match winner with the ball in white ball cricket, Adam Zampa, to bail them out. Because if he can't, you're right. Sri Lanka could coast to victory. They're doing everything right at this moment. And if they've done everything right since the 9th over of the Australian innings. Andrew McDonald looks concerned, as he should be.
It's a remarkable turnaround, Baz. They look gone for all money. We were talking about scores of 230, 240, 250. They're not chasing that. They elected to bowl first. That was under fire as well. Understandably so at the time. Cooper Connolly's gone for 13 from his 1 over. They simply need him and Adam Zampa to do something. Connolly bowls to Kusal Mendes. Quick single into the offside. So Kusal's 21, Masanka's 38, 1 for 62.
Yeah, and the problem for Australia is their defeat against Zimbabwe was a big one, relatively speaking, which is why their net run rate took a pounding. It wasn't a very convincing win against Ireland.
Full toss. Masanka opens the blade. He's happy to take one to long off.
So it'll take... Oh, Steve Smith fielding. There you go.
What are these things?
Yeah, I mean, he was playing golf 3 days ago and suddenly phoned to Colombo. It's been an interesting time to be Steve Smith.
It's always an interesting time to be Steve Smith.
Oh, that is correct.
Connolly to Kusal. Inside edge onto the pad. No run. Did you see Marnus's dismissal today?
Oh, yeah. Opened himself up and then...
Say a word to him for us, please.
Oh, wickets were falling quickly in that game.
Still with a shield.
Yeah, no, that was the Gabba.
The Dexter 2 bowler friendly. Cover drive well fielded by Mitchell Marsh. The captain diving to his right.
Ooh, he's in pain. He's in pain.
As long as he wasn't hit somewhere where he's hit before.
Well, he might have slid on that part of his body.
Oof.
Yow! See, just...
Yeah.
Hands on knees from Mitch Marsh. That hurt.
Connolly bowls. That's well delivered. Turn around the corner, short fine lead. They'll scamper through for a single. Zampa wasn't quick enough for the throw. I also did the news today, Baz. I'm sure you saw it, that Victorian cult hero Fergus O'Neill has agreed to stay in the state. He's agreed to a 3-year deal. Interest from Tassie and New South Wales, not enough to tempt him.
Yeah, South Australia for once happy with what they have. Well done, Rhino. Ryan Harris has done such a great job.
South Australia. Connolly bowls to Kusal Mendes. Back in the crease, opening the blade. Single to backward point. 1 for 66 from 7. I get the feeling Sri Lanka's just touring with Australians now. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
RJ Sanderson and Associates. Taxation, business and self-managed super fund specialists. Take the stress out of tax and get your complimentary 2026 tax tips from rjsanderson.com.au.
The Berwick Volkswagen Blue Carpet event is on now, and that means it's run-out sale time. Enjoy exclusive deals across the entire Volkswagen range and the premium experience of buying a European vehicle. Kickstart your summer adventure today at Berwick Volkswagen. LMCT 12366.
Same time, Australia was none for 84. Right now, Sri Lanka's 1 for 66, but don't be fooled because from then on, it was carnage for the Aussies. This is the man who can change the game. Adam Zampa for Remitly Worldwide Money Transfers. On to bowl with the sunnies on. Delivers, short, pulled away. There's men in the deep, but it won't matter. It's a boundary. The worst possible start for Adam Zampa. Kusal Mendes moves to 27. Sri Lanka 1 for 70.
I mean, so often Zampa comes in and gets a wicket immediately in his first over. Not with that kind of delivery. That's just a lose one from, or lose enough from Adam Zampa. Not good enough.
Yeah, they need him. Only 7 players have taken more T20I wickets than Adam Zampa. As Kusal Mendes pushes forward. Single long off. And his overall record's fantastic. 143 wickets. Strike rate of 16. Economy of 7.3. He's done it time and time again for Australian white ball cricket.
Yeah, when it matters most, when they desperately need a wicket, breaks games, games open.
They need him tonight. Number 88, bowling to Masanka. Short arm jab down to long on from Masanka, just for 1, Glenn Maxwell Fields. 1 for 72, so they need 110 from 75. I mean, That sounds like an old-fashioned, you need 40 from the last 10 in a one-dayer. That feels like a walk in the park. The Australians need to create something.
Yep, 4 for 47 he got against Sri Lanka in that 50-over World Cup game I mentioned earlier.
Zampa bowls, driven to cover for no run from Kusal Mendes' back. These two have looked superb, haven't they? Nasanka and Kusal.
And you can see it's a beautiful surface to bat on. We saw it during the Australian innings. It's just that nobody in the middle order got away. David, loose shot. Cam Green, terrible shot.
Zampa bowls. Back cut. Doesn't beat the field. Cooper Connolly at backward point. You know, if Australia lose this, it actually speaks to the strengths and the weaknesses, because the only real true strength this team has is the opening pair. World class, Travis Head, Mitch Marsh. Yes, there's some good players elsewhere, but that is the true strength. And it fell away after that. Zampa bowls. That's pulled away in the air. Won't reach the fielder. In fact, it might even go for 4. It does. He pulled it around the corner, Kusal, to cow corner. Zampa's gone for 10 from his first over. Sri Lanka 1 for 76 from 8 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
At Tyre Power, you get the power of better buys on big brand tyres. Right now, you can keep the cost of living down with a better buy on big brand Falcon or Dunlop tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on a great range of Falcon and Dunlop tyres suitable for passenger and SUV vehicles. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon and Dunlop tyres. Big brands, better buys and better for your safety too at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
We're here for Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. Baz is here for Host Plus. Cooper Connolly's here for a wicket. Short, outside the off stump. That's never taking a wicket. Nasanka cuts to the man in the deep. Just the one. He's 42. Kusal's 32. 1 for 77. Sri Lanka. They're chasing 182.
Well, the first ball that he hit for 4 of Zampa was a poor delivery, but this time he created the length. Stayed so far back in his crease. So,
Connolly to Kusal. That's cut away. Again, Tim David fielding at backward point. So many question marks around this Australian team. The fact that they have Sri Lanka 1 for 77 now, they've only picked up 2 Zimbabwean wickets in 20 overs, probably speaks just the lack of strike bowling. It's tossed up. Over cover. Kusal picks the gap. 2 bounces 4.
That's just beautiful. I mean, he's played some shots tonight. I mean, Nasanka's done the same, but a couple of those late cuts, a couple of the times he's gone inside out. Oh, that's just pure class. Such promise, Kusal Mendes. Always a feeling in Sri Lanka that if only, and he's in the zone, he's right up there with the best in the world. He just hasn't done it often enough, but he's doing it tonight.
It's the 800th 4 in the tournament. A big appeal for LBW. He was sweeping Kusal. It looked fairly adjacent. They've only got 1 unsuccessful review remaining. Inglis will have a chat to Mitch Marsh, who runs in to Cooper Connolly. It's a big call, this one. Do they go upstairs?
Could be out of desperation.
Oh, they're not going to go. Oh, could they rue that?
No, I mean, angle, no turn. He was sliding down.
He was sliding, do you?
He did get the stride out.
Yeah, you're right. It was sliding.
Yeah, that would have missed. So good calls.
You are an umpire yourself.
That's true.
Left arm seamer.
Not in the same game.
No, well, that'd be amazing. Back cut off the stumps. Kusal happy to trust the pitch. No run to short third man. How many games a season would you umpire?
Oh, not too many. I mean, this season I've done 4 games, I think, which is more than I have in the last 4 years. I did a lot more when I started, and then our cricket season just got more and more busy. Umpire's call, it says, but yeah, barely.
That's a sweep shot. This time he executes it, hits it really well. Kusal Mendes punches the air as he goes through. Connolly's a couple of dots, then another boundary. He's 40. The Sanka's 42. Sri Lanka are 1 for 85 from 9. End of the over for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Whatever your ambition, own it. Search Low Market and make it yours. Christina's ambition, to make it gourmet.
Whoa, check out the stove.
Izzy and Brennan's ambition, to make it budget busting.
No more home loan loyalty tax.
We're back on top. Your local Low Market brokers are ready to get to work. With access to over 90 banks and lenders, they can compare thousands of loan options to find a solution tailored to your needs.
Make it yours.
Whatever your ambition, find the right loan for you. Search Loan Market.
Loan Market. Make it yours.
Australian credit licence 39022.
Zampa bowls into Sanka. He yorks himself, good enough to scamper through for 1 down the long off. He's 43, Kasal 40. The Sri Lankans, the home team, need 96 from 65 balls with 9 wickets in hand. They're doing it in a canter, Bazball.
Oof, they certainly are. They just like starting and finishing overs perfectly. The last 3 overs are finished with, the last 4 overs are finished with the boundary of the last ball or the penultimate ball.
Zampa bowls, pulled away from Kasal. Get at least a couple. Good bit of fielding on the boundary, just the 2. 1 for 88. The point is, I know they're scoring freely, Baz, and that's hurting the Australians because they only did 94 from 64 balls. But the Aussies don't look like taking a wicket.
They don't even know where the next wicket's going to come from. Almost a mistake from one of these 2 batters. But again, it tells you about how good this pitch is to bat on and how Australia just messed up the opportunity they had to go big.
Zampa to Kasal. That's a full toss that he swept forward of square to Glenn Maxwell deep in wicket for 1.
No, they're just doing it very cleverly. Every over there's been at least 1 boundary. And most times they've not had to manufacture one. They've either been offered a loose ball or they've just played a great shot.
Yeah. Not too many undue risks at the moment. Yorker from Adam Zampa, dug out. Cooper Connolly still managed to get through for 1. Did Sanka, who's 44 from 26.
Sri Lankans believe, don't they, Tom? Firstly, to celebrate a win or a potential win against Australia, but it also means that they've qualified for the second round. The ramifications this could have for that Super 8 stage of the tournament.
Zampa bowls. Oh, that's a nice ball. It was a nice ball. Kasal defends and recovers.
Yeah, because if Australia don't go through, then Zimbabwe find themselves in that tough group with India, South Africa, and the West Indies. Not what a lot of people would have expected.
Last ball, Zampa's over. Back cut. Beats the man. Cooper Connolly, backward point. And an excellent bit of fielding from Cameron Green, who was rolling around the boundary. Tried to throw it to Cooper Connolly. And I think they might have come back for 3 there. They did. Very rare, a 3 on this ground when the field is out. 1 for 93 from 10 overs. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, you trusted tyre experts.
Invest with clarity and grow with confidence with iPartners, designed for high net worth investors. Explore professionally designed funds with clear strategies, discover exclusive deals with disciplined management. All accessible on iPartners' easy-to-use platform. More choice, more control, more ways to wealth, more ways to invest on your terms. iPartners, invest in more. Visit iPartners.com.au. For wholesale investors only, consider the risks. Learn more at iPartners.com.au.
In modern day cricket, 89 from 60 is really no great ask, particularly when you have 9 wickets in hand, as the Sri Lankans do. The ball will get softer, it will start to turn a bit more. How many more options does Mitch Marsh have? How many levers does he have? Nathan Ellis is one of them. He's bowling now. And he's flicked to deep square for 1 from the bat of Kasal, who's 47-32.
Yeah, I mean, it had to be Ellis and Zampa, the combination, to bring Australia back into this contest. Because at the moment, just no stopping Nissanka and Mendes there. Picking up runs for fun, really. Wherever they please.
Certainly is fun from a Sri Lankan perspective. That's an excellent Yorker. There's a big appeal for LBW. Almost completely nutmegged the batter. leg by. No, it looks to be a bat, actually. Straight off the bat. To 45 for a single.
And that's his one of his super skills. It's so difficult to pick his Yorkers. Like, gets a lot of wickets with it in the death overs. Well, this game might not last, or last in a competitive manner anyway. Till the death overs, the wicket has to come now. All wickets have to come now. This is where Sri Lanka started taking wickets very regularly.
He actually hit on the toe there.
Yep.
Sanka, so he's just taking his shoe off. Take a breath. Assess where the Australians can get back in this game. His injury timeout might not actually help the Sri Lankans. They've got all the momentum. They've had all the momentum since the 9th over of the Australian batting innings.
Yep.
At first, Baz, I thought this is a 230 deck. Then I thought maybe just Travis Head and Mitch Marsh played out of their skins. And now I'm going back to it. It's a 210, 220 deck.
It is. Australia just messed up. I mean, if Sri Lanka do pull off this run chase, which from here, it is their game to lose, Australia will have to, all those angry texters earlier from around the country, and I'm sure there are a few going right now as well, or Australia might wake up and there might be even more or angrier texts coming through, is well deserved. They've played poorly. And don't forget, they were knocked out of the second round, or knocked out before the semi-finals in the last World Cup and in the World Cup prior to that as well.
So since they won it, the Australians have done what?
They've not made the semi-finals. They knocked out round 1 in their home World Cup, knocked out round 2 in the last World Cup, where Super 8s, as it's called. Is it Super 8s? I think it is Super 8s.
It is now this World Cup.
Yeah, so they... back in... back then, so they lost to Afghanistan and then lost to India, and it was all done. They looked good till that point. Shots from the Sri Lankans. Use the pace on this pitch, and some class from Kusal Mendis.
Say that again, Baz.
Class from Kusal Mendis. Just so good to watch.
This message is being sent out from Andrew McDonald via Steve Smith to Mitchell Marsh. It's unusual, isn't it? I'm sure Smith would have plenty of ideas off the field as to what they should be doing different.
Yeah.
There's an argument that if he's in the team, he should be the vice captain.
Steve Smith.
I'll rephrase that. There's an argument that if he's in the team, he would have a leadership role of some sort.
Oh, yeah. Like he does. He's officially vice captain in the test team, but I'm sure he would love to contribute. You would want to pick his brains. You see that when he plays in the BBL as well.
Yeah, for sure. Most of them recently often have long discussions. About ready to get going now for a short injury delay. 1 for 95. Sri Lanka, they need 87 from 58. Ellis bowling to Kusal Mendis. Slow ball. Driven to cover for a single.
What a big fillip this would be for Sri Lanka, though. Like I said, they haven't really had a good time in T20 World Cups for a while. After they were quite a force to kick things off. Tom got to the finals in 2009, then again in 12, won in 2014. From that point on, they've been nowhere close.
Ellis bowls, slow ball, pulled away, he's hit it cleanly to Sanka, but there is Cooper Connolly in the field. He attracts the ball down there, the young fella. Excellent throw, good mover. Just a reminder, if Australia lose, and assuming they defeat Oman, they need Zimbabwe to lose to Sri Lanka and Ireland.
Yeah.
And then hope they've got a better net run rate than Zimbabwe and Ireland.
Yes.
It's a long way home.
It is a long way home. Now, their best bet is somehow really pulling the rug from under Sri Lanka's feet, much like Sri Lanka did with ball in hand.
Yep. Ellis bowls to Kusal. Flayed through the offside, square of the wicket. On the front foot for 1.
Yeah.
And there's
Barely
sorry, Baz, you go.
I said barely a dot ball. They haven't hit a boundary in the last couple of overs, but just feels like they can pick one off when they feel like, and they don't need to do that against Ellis. They'll take the rate at which they're going against him. One of probably Australia's best bowler alongside Adam Zampa. Bartlett didn't look the part. They might have to go to Maxwell, even though there are two right-handers, and that they will fancy on this pitch.
Ellis bowls outside the off stump. A Chet's cover driver. Rare dot ball straight to Marcus Stoinis. Sanka's 46, Kasal's 49. Sri Lanka 1 for 98 on the Thai Power scoreboard. Your trusted Thai experts.
Summer's seen outstanding race performances down in Tassie, and they've saved the best for last. The Summer Racing Festival bows out with 2 days of thoroughbred action in Launceston, featuring the Tasmanian Oaks and the Group 3 Ladbrokes Launceston Cup.
But at Soul Sedaya, this exciting 3-year-old filly takes out the Mystic Journey Stakes.
Before the epic conclusion to the Summer Racing Festival, the Group 1 Tasmania Cup in Hobart, February 28. There's been so many examples this summer. Tassie, the perfect place to race. Visit tasracing.com.au.
Sri Lanka need 84 from 54 balls with 9 wickets in hand. It's actually at the point now, Baz, that if Sri Lanka lose, it's an almighty choke.
It is, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there is experience to come with Darshan Chanaka, the captain, and
Maxwell bowling to Kasal. It was a nice delivery, actually, but again, the Sri Lankans are up for it.
Yeah.
Blocking it to long on for 1. And that's a half century for Kasal Mendes. From 35 deliveries, the peace sign he gives to Sanjay Saree and the rest of the Sri Lankan group. He's hardly looked troubled. The very best of him's been superb. And he's also managed to get off strike with an element of ease.
Yeah, for so long he's considered the Sri Lankan answer to Sri Lanka's answer to Kohli and Babar Azam and Steve Smith and Kane Williamson.
That's Nasanka's turn to potentially reach 50, although not on that occasion. Single deep backward square leg for 1. Yep. 81 required from 51 balls. 52 balls, sorry. 82 from 52.
So the Sri Lankans wouldn't mind Glenn Maxwell, but probably this is the opening Australia were looking for, because they'll come at him. He's a wily operator.
Bit of spin for him into the right-hander. There's only so much a right-arm off-spinner like Maxwell can do with the field out, and the batters happy to play within themselves on this sort of pitch. They're waiting for a mistake.
Just sliding on nicely, isn't it?
Yeah. I'd back you to, I reckon you'd cut Maxwell in these conditions, Baz. You get your big West Indian brimmed hat. I've seen that before. High back lift. Sweep shot from Nasanka. At least, it's a bobbling one down to Nathan Ellis. It allows him to come back for 2, moves to field 49. Now, your cut shot that day at Adelaide was, I still dream about it. And you know I liked it as well.
Yeah, I know you did.
Walked off his head. Hey, Dobby, have you seen the cut shot? I said that I did. Because the only person who calls me Tommy, so it's very noticeable.
That is correct. Not always, but yeah, I pick and choose my moments.
Yeah, I mean, you always going to be a nice name. Single to Nasanka brings up his half century from 32 balls. 1 for 104.
Well, sometime this night, Australia were 104 as well. That was in the 9th over.
Yeah.
And then came the collapse, and they engineer a collapse from nowhere here. Who's going to do it, though? Maxwell around the wicket now.
5 runs from that over, the lap sweep didn't work, just triggered to short fine leg. So Maxwell just stemming the bleeding a touch. I need more of that. 78 from 48 required. Baz and me need a wicket. Let's go. Come on, Australia.
New cars, demos and near new. Quality used cars. Great trade-in prices on all makes and models. Wow, they really do have it all at Car City. Up to 2,000 cars on site and even more online. Plus easy off-street parking. Finance available. Even a cafe. For new wheels, you know where to go. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
When I say Baz and me need a wicket, we are just looking for a good game of cricket. There's no bias over here. I'm half English. Baz was born in India, now an Australian citizen. He loves the West Indies. I like the European countries. We're very global in the way we think.
You like Nepal?
I love Nepal. Oh, my God. God, don't even get me started on the USA team. Stoinis concedes a single first ball for Sanka. Speaking of the USA team, Baz, I think given the audience is huge right now, it's important that we plug the new ball tonight. 8 p.m. Melbourne time. We have none other locked in. I've been on the WhatsApp to him. The leading wicket taker in the World Cup, Shadley Van Schalkwyk, is joining us via WhatsApp.
I'm getting goosebumps. We'll all be starstruck when he pops up on our screens.
So I had to get in contact with him directly. Stoinis bowling to Casal. Oh, that's high. Hoiked over, deep forward, square leg. Has he got enough on it? No, he's out. Cooper Connolly takes the catch. Could that be the circuit breaker? Casal departs for 51. It went so high in the air. Stoinis picks up his second. Australia has 2. And they'll need to make the most of this.
They certainly will have to. So there hadn't been a boundary since the 9th over. They're into the 13th over now. So 3 dry overs for Australia where they mainly conceded only singles. And it's the big Hulk, Marcus Stoinis, who's given them the breakthrough. Kusal Mendes, chanceless innings till that point. But looking for the boundary, he's fallen. That is exactly the inroad Australia needed. Now, can they get a couple more quiet overs in? So this has come on the back of 3 quiet overs, 5s and 6s. So that required run rate now is pushing 10. Yes, they have wickets in hand. Yes, they have Pathum Nissanka. But as we saw in the Australian innings, regaining momentum has not been easy tonight. So the pressure of the run chase as well. Australia, wouldn't say right back into it, but have a chance here. They have to strike again though.
The new man.
Pawan Ratnayake. So he's yet to get this World Cup going for himself. Young man still making his way into international cricket. Marcus Stoinis with the 2 wickets.
Love a third. Ratnayake is on strike. Driven in the air. There's no fielder there. In fact, it would go for 4. It was loose. On other days, they go straight to a fielder. But today, it goes for 4.
Well, how about that timing with just one hand? And the one hand came off the ball. We just briefly heard our former SEN colleague Russell Arnold through the television set, but well, he wasn't in control, but the timing was sublime. The ball sped away for 4. So the first boundary in 3 overs for the Australians.
Nothing at all.
Also rare to see Russell Arnold on another boundary.
Yeah, so 4 and 4 for Pawan Ratnayake at the start of the innings. So the first one slightly chancy. This one a thick edge. And he'll tell you that he was in control. Maybe he was. Doesn't matter. So he's got 8 of 2 balls. Just when that required run rate was building, when the wicket had fallen, the new man has come in and, well, given Sri Lanka some momentum again.
It's well fielded and backward point by Glenn Maxwell. Guided straight to him. Nothing takes the wind out of the fielding team's sails more when they take a wicket than there's 2 boundaries immediately after.
Yeah. Because that's when you want to build pressure. And that required run rate back under 10. So, yeah, they'll just have to keep striking here, Australia. Sri Lanka have a couple of power hitters or guys who can clear the boundary to come in Shanaka and come into Mendes. Dushan Hemanta, the spinner we saw earlier, he can strike a blow as well.
Playing a miss from Ratnayake. He's gone. It's an interesting over. 69 from 42 is the equation for Sri Lanka. 2 for 113 on the Thai Power scoreboard. Your trusted Thai experts.
As a traditional caring butchery, the Butcher Club source quality produce delivered with exceptional customer service. But it's simply not your average butcher shop. As founding corporate members, the Butcher Club are proud to support the Superheroes Foundation that assists families impacted by brain cancer. Superheroes Foundation helps cover expenses such as medications, travel, childcare, hospital parking, specialist appointments and anything in between, with 100% of proceeds going directly to those in need. Superheroes Foundation and the Butcher Club, helping families affected by brain cancer.
2 for 113 for Remitly Worldwide Money Transfers. Tom Morrison, Bharat, Sundaresan with you. Deep into the night here in Australia. Deep into the night in Kandy, when Nisanka's on strike. Facing Adam Zampa. Late cut, deft touch and well fielded. Still get the one. Travis Head. Man diving to his left.
Zampa has to start well here against the new batter. Looks like Ratnayake has been given the license to go and play a few shots. See if he comes off, and then that'll take a lot of pressure off Nisanka. 3 balls he's faced. He's tried to hit everything for 4. He's got 2 boundaries already.
He does.
He will go after him.
He's on strike now. Full toss. Bunted straight to cover. No run. Xavier Bartlett, the man in the covers. Isn't it interesting at this time of the innings, often the best fielders actually go to the boundary. The bowlers end up fielding in the infield. It's sort of the opposite to what it is 10 overs ago.
Yep. Heat zones.
That's it. Zampa bowls. Ratnayake is back on the crease. Singled along on.
I mean, the wicket that Australia need or want is that of Nisanka. We spoke about how it had to be one of Kusal Mendis or Nisanka. He takes Sri Lanka home or takes them as close to home as possible. Mendis has fallen, so that onus now shifts to Nisanka.
Nisanka's running down the wicket. Zampa probably beat him in the air. Josh Inglisworth to chase it to the square leg umpire. And they'll come back for 2. Excellent running. Really good running. Nisanka's been busy the entire innings. He's very quick.
Sri Lanka just need to be a little careful. They have wickets in hand, but they don't want to let this required run rate get just a bit too far ahead of them.
It's more than 10 and over they need. Zampa bowls. Beats him. Well taken by Josh Inglis behind the stumps.
And that's where Adam Zampa can come into his own. When he has batters coming after him, starting to get a little desperate. So when he strikes, can he give them the big breakthrough of Nisanka?
Last ball of the over. Over Zampa's head for 4. 1 bounce into the side screen. He's not doing a lot wrong, Adam Zampa, but Nisanka's doing a lot right. 2 for 121 on the Taipan scoreboard. You trust the Tyrese.
A new era of footy tipping is kicking off. Emberx is built by fans for fans. Putting your footy tips in has never been easier. Create comps, compete with your mates, watch content and save on rewards. All on one platform with $2 million in prizes across the season for both codes, including weekly winners and $250 grand for the season winner. Emberx, more than a fan. Get tipping at mberx.com or download the app.
Slow ball. Nisanka pulls it away for 4. Beats the man at mid-wicket. Beats the man at mid-on. Tossed up. Over cover. Kusal picks the gap. 2 bounces 4.
That's just beautiful.
That's a ball for Kusal. Long run for 1. And that's a half century for Kusal Mendes. He's hardly looked troubled yet. Single to Nisanka. Brings up his half century. 32 balls. Kusal. Oh, that's high. Poked over, deep forward square leg. Has he got enough on it? No, he's out. Cooper Connolly takes the catch. Could that be the circuit breaker? Well, we thought it might be the circuit breaker, but then the next 2 balls went for 4 off the bat of Pavan. And now Sri Lanka needs 61 for the final 6 overs to go a long way to knocking Australia out of the tournament.
Yep.
And I don't care what anyone says. When Australia gets knocked out of the tournament, other countries breathe a sigh of relief.
Oh, yeah.
Because they are an excellent tournament cricket team and they have proven that over a number of years. But in these conditions, in this format, they look a shell of their former selves.
They haven't looked a force at all. But that's true, though. till the time they don't get to the semi-final stage, the knockout stage, most teams breathe easy. As we saw during that 50-over World Cup, they don't lose too many knockout games.
So when was the last T20 World Cup? 2024.
Yep.
And the Australians made a concerted effort after that to go more towards a power game.
Yep.
It was a shift, wasn't it?
Massive shift.
And
Mitch Marsh, captaincy, he was already captain. It worked in the in-between period. But yeah, I mean, the format of this World Cup as well is such that it often just comes down to, one bad day. They had one bad day already against Zimbabwe. And this one started brilliantly for them. And then it's just gone sideways. And they somehow find a late flourish from somewhere. Zampa bowled 2 overs. He's looked pretty ineffective. Ellis has 2 overs left. Stoinis has been the only one with wicket to show for his efforts.
Stoinis is back on now for Remitly. 1 easy up to send money worldwide. Baz is here for Host Plus. Stoinis has bowled 3 overs for 26, but he's taken both wickets. Pereira and Kusal Mendes. Pereira caught Ellis for 1, Mendes for 51. He bowls now. Slices in the air. Rathnayake for 4, over mid-off.
Yeah, that seems to be his area where he targets the most. He walked into bat and one hand came off the bat, and that was more just a drive on the up that went for 4. This one was a fuller delivery. He went inside out and made good contact as well. So crucial boundary to start the over.
Might even get another one here. No, there's a man in the deep. Backward square leg, just a single. Brings Nisanka on strike, who's 58 from 37. Played a superb knock, took a great catch, also dropped a catch.
So they've got 5 of 2 balls now. The big push could be, can they turn this into a 15-run over? That'll take a lot of pressure off. Get 1 15, 16-run over in the next 2 or 3. They'll think that's the game. But Nisanka's wicket's still very vital, in my opinion.
Yep, I'm with you, Baz. He's facing Stoinis now. Late cut to his third man. It's such a lovely shot. Stoinis not happy, but in reality, he hasn't done a lot wrong, and neither of the fielders. It's just superb batting.
It really is. And this could well be the over. 9 of 3 balls now. Boundary, single boundary. And this is all class. We saw Kusal Mendes do this a few times when he was out there. Nisanka, as good, as stylish, and as effective.
So the next T20 World Cup's in Australia and New Zealand, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Open question whether Marcus Stoinis will be there. Glenn Maxwell, this team will turn over again. Short delivery. Nisanka's down the pitch looking for a wide. He won't get it, just 1 over the shoulder for the over. It's a bumper.
Yeah. He didn't leave his crease on that occasion, so yeah. There's been some innings from Nisanka going back to the very start. So Stoinis will finish with this one. Zampa has got 1 more over to go. Well, it's like a very different bowling attack.
That's a wide on the leg side.
Without Stark, Cummins and Hazelwood, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, it does. I was thinking there's quite a few cricketers in Australia that have dominated BBL that haven't quite kicked on for Australia. Matt Short, Mitch Owen.
Yeah, neither of whom are part of the squad. Matt Short was part of the original squad that was announced.
Yeah. They would have hoped Cooper Connolly would do more. Fraser McGurk played for Australia but hasn't kicked on. Nisanka over Stoinis' head for 4. So while the building blocks for Test cricket is Shield cricket and one-day cricket's sort of a mixture of things, it remains to be seen whether Cricket Australia and the selectors really trust BBL as a format to build a World Cup team around.
Well, there's so much talk of private investment and bigger name players coming into the tournament. Like increasing the level of competition, quality of play.
Nasanka has dispatched that over deep mid-wicket for 6. That sounded so crisp. Stoinis,
The big over.
last 2 balls have gone for 4 and 6. He's not happy. 2 for 141. Sri Lanka. They're starting to get close on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. It doesn't matter what car you drive, where you drive, how you drive, or even what you might be towing behind you. You can trust Tyre Power to have the tyre to suit you. And as Australia's biggest independent, we have the buying power to make sure the price suits your budget as well. Get the power at Tyre Power for whatever you drive. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Australia in deep, deep trouble here in the last 35 overs of cricket when they've been in the field. They've taken 4 wickets.
Yep.
Maxwell sliding across the right-hander. Cut to deep point for 1. Forcing from 29.
I just mentioned they want a big over just in that period. Just they got a big one just to take the pressure off, and guess what? They got a 20-run over. 3 4s and a 6 in that over from Stoinis. The only wicket taker for Australia tonight.
Maxwell bowls. Nasanka pulls away to deep mid-wicket for 1. They need 39 from 28.
And that's exactly the kind of over that takes the lid off. And now, ideally, they can just cruise through. But the way Nasanka's batting, I don't think he's going to cruise. I mean, if anything,
Glenn Maxwell gets hit back at him and he fields it, if only just.
if anything, he could get himself to 100, to be honest. And he's 27 away. Sri Lanka need 39.
Yeah, for sure. He wants it. That's a flat bullet. 1 bounce 4. A stinger.
Yep. That just drives a stake through the Australian heart. Pawan Ratnake has played his role. We thought the wicket of Kusal Mendis might be an opening for Australia. If anything, it seems to be bringing the end or hastening the end. Because he's come in and played brilliantly.
Oh, that was a knuckleball. And Inglis might have a stumping. That floated in the air. Glenn Maxwell with a change-up. Beautifully bowled.
Yeah, looked out.
Yeah. Did you see that float? I've never seen Glenn Maxwell bowl that before. Maybe I haven't watched him closely enough. It was almost like a last-ditch effort. It was landed beautifully outside the off stump. Pavan, the batter.
We have a review for stumping. It's a fair delivery.
Sri Lanka's still nervous in the stands.
Yeah.
They have a lot of wickets left. 35 of 26. Even if this is out.
One more time, please.
It looks out. Ooh, tight one.
Can you zoom this one for me?
Ooh.
Now roll back and roll forward, frame by frame.
Very hard to tell whether that foot is behind the line or not.
It has to be grounded.
1 frame back.
Yeah. What do you think?
1 frame back.
I think it's out.
Now 1 frame forward. Yeah, I can see on the left-hand screen some part of the foot is just behind the line.
That's not out.
I'm ready to make my decision
Not
on the
out.
screen.
There'd be a half a millimetre on the ground behind the line.
That sums up Australia's day, really. Loud roars from the Sri Lankan fans. They looked nervous for a second there.
Superb delivery.
Really good delivery, you're right. Got the better of Ratnake, but somehow he got half an inch of that sole inside the popping crease.
Maybe 1 spike.
Yep.
He's bowled it again, and Inglis has missed the stumping. It cut him in half. That was harder. It'll also go for 4, salted to the wound. He was down the pitch. The knuckleball deceived him. That is another moment. End of the over. 2 for 151.
It's the roar that rattles your chest.
The chance, the chaos, the noise. You feel it deep inside. Every fan, every seat, every voice, all as one.
The Hungry Jacks NBL season is ramping up and finals are around the corner. Fast, fearless, unmissable.
Don't miss a moment live on ESPN and Sundays live and free on 10.
Hungry Jacks NBL. Play it loud.
Inglis has missed a golden opportunity there. Went straight through him. Just missed the leg stump.
It's almost like a carom ball from Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah. Ellis ball into Nasanka. Bumper. Pulled away for one. And the equation is this. Sri Lanka in 30 from 23 with 8 wickets in hand.
They bossed this run chase. Inside edge as well. So dropped catch. Missed stumping, whichever way you look at it. Glenn Maxwell looks on ruefully. Wry smile from Inglis. He got a reprieve earlier tonight. He didn't make the most of it. And Ratanaike doesn't need to make most of it from where Sri Lanka plays right now.
He's facing Nathan Ellis. Yorker hoiks it away down to deep mid wicket for one. They want two. One will be enough. The stumping from, or the non-stumping from Inglis was difficult, but those are the moments in games that matter.
Yeah, I mean, on the back of a dot ball, get a wicket, even though it looks like Australia might be out of this game already. You never know. Some pressure on what's to come. Darshan Chanaka, they have experience though to come. The captain will back himself, but it wasn't to be.
Maxwell landing both those carom balls or floaters. Ellis bowls a floater, that's a slow ball. Down to long off from the bat of Nasanka. Steve Smith's in the field. They'll come back for two. Yeah. He's frustrated himself, Steve Smith, and long off. I wonder who he's come on for.
But what you said earlier, though, 36.3 overs, and Australia have taken 4 wickets. I mean, has an Australian attack looked more toothless in any World Cup?
Toothless. Oh, Mitchell Starc, Josh Hazlewood, Pat Cummins, first global tournament without all three. I think it's 2014, I read.
Yep. None of them. So Jayasuriya still not convinced. Wants to see this over the line.
Yeah, 27 needed from 21 balls. Ellis bowls to Nasanka, cuts it away for 6.
Oh, shot.
Wowee. Remnants of Verinder Sehwag in his heyday.
Well, that could well be the game. The Australian camp can't believe it. They couldn't believe it a couple of days ago when Zimbabwe shocked them. That was comprehensive. This could be even more comprehensive. What a shot. 2 steps down the pitch. Rode the bounce and just helped it over backward point for a big 6. That ball hitting the fence on the full. I'm not ruling out the 100, you know.
Well, he's at 82. They need 21 to win. That'll be a wide. That doesn't help his chances for 100.
Nah. So, this is going to really drill a hole into Australia's net run rate further. And do a lot of damage to the little chance they have left now of qualifying for the Super 8s. What a shock it would be of all the teams in the tournament for Australia to be the one amongst the major ones, the seeded day teams anyway, to go out in round 1. They won't even get to India at that rate.
They will for the IPL individually. Oh, what a shot. Over fine leg for 6. Nasanka. He's putting on a clinic. It's a free clinic. If you listen to SEN right now, you're not paying for it, but you're enjoying something truly special.
It is special. I mean, he's won over this crowd many times over in the last few years. He is their emerging star for a country that's been dying for the next Jayawardena, the next Sangakkara. Nasanka is the name. So he's shown us his entire repertoire. The previous one was class, this one was classier. And this is nearly done and dusted.
14 from 19. Cover drive. Toe of the bat from Nasanka. He will hold on to the strike. He moves to 89. And that becomes the game now. The Sri Lankans need 13 from 18 balls.
To some, you're a plumber. To us, you're the everyday hero who keeps the world flowing. That's why, to celebrate World Plumbing Day, we're celebrating you. So plumbers, head down to your local Reece branch on Friday 13th of March to grab a feed, a cold drink, free, limited edition merch and plenty of good vibes. It's our way of saying thanks for everything you do. Reece works for you.
13 from 18 balls is the equation. Tom Morrison, Bharat, Sundaresan joining you this morning if you're just waking up around Australia or around the world indeed. We had a listener texting from New York a bit earlier on. Zampa bowl into Nasanka, who's pulled it away to the deep for 4. He's seeing it so well. He's 93, 7 for 100, 9 to win. Ooh. Australia are essentially done. It's just a question of whether Nasanka reaches 3 figures or not.
Well, if all he needs is a 6 now, and then it's a century for the taking. I think he will look for it. Zampa, like the entire Australian bowling attack, has looked toothless tonight. He's a champion bowler, but he's been taken to.
That spins and he cuts. Cooper Connolly fields a backward point.
Oh, how well have they done this, Sri Lanka? They've just bossed this run chase.
We were right.
What a turnaround.
It's a 210, 220 deck, and then it'll be an interesting game.
Yeah. Australia messed it up with the bat. They just haven't been good enough with the ball. What a partnership this has been.
Sweep shot. Has it found the gap? Nasanka. It has. He moves to 97. That's the innings of a lifetime. He's made it look so easy from ball 1, Baz.
He's just controlled this. This is an all-timer from a Sri Lankan batter in T20I cricket. As Sanat Jayasuriya can celebrate. Ashri, the former India fielding coach, now fielding coach of Sri Lanka. He's getting pumped. All of Sri Lanka will be celebrating tonight. This is a big win.
5 to win. 3 to reach his second T20 international ton. Will be a single down the ground to long on. He moves to 98. And in fact, they come back for 2. Is that right?
Ooh,
they came back for 2. Inexcusable from the man at long on. He's 99.
But well done, Ratanaike.
Yeah.
It was his call. He came charging back. So Pathum Nissanka within 1 run of scoring the first 100 of this 2026 T20 World Cup. And it'll be well deserved. What a knock this has been on a famous night for Sri Lanka.
51 balls. Zampa bowls to Nasanka. Pulls it away. A century. An unbelievable knock. One that he won't forget anytime soon. Stand and applaud Nasanka. 52 balls of magic.
Well, take a bow, Pathum Nissanka. Sri Lanka have a new hero. It's a country that loves its cricket. It loves its cricketers. And the kids, the adults, and Sanat Jayasuriya himself, and the legends around Sri Lanka all are on their feet. And Pathum Nissanka says silence because I want to soak this all in.
Yeah. You got me there, Baz?
Yep.
2 to win from 13 balls. And that'll do it. The winning runs. Sri Lanka boss Australia in a group stage game that the Aussies let slip. And the Lankans will march forward to the Super 8s. 8 wickets they win by. 8 wickets. It's a trouncing. It's a one-sided pounding. Sri Lanka at home make Australia look second rate, and it's Nasanka the hero.
Well, while Australia slept, Australia's T20 World Cup chances might have gone to bed, because it's going to be very difficult to come back from this. They'll need a huge win against Oman, but even that will come down to Zimbabwe losing to both Sri Lanka and Ireland. But that's Australia's concern. They played some poor cricket. Only 4 wickets they managed to take in the last 38 overs of play. They were trounced by Zimbabwe. They've been thumped by Sri Lanka. And they have 1 foot on their flight back home. They might not even get to India. But forget Australia for a second. It's all about Sri Lanka. Nobody really gave them a chance of going too far in this tournament. And they pulled off 2 big wins against the smaller nations, Ireland and Oman. But against the big dogs, it was their time to step up, and they have silenced Australia. Pathum Nissanka has silenced Australia. First 100 of this tournament. And he just looked in control from the moment he walked out to bat. He said it had to be one of those two, Nissanka or Kusal Mendes, who took Sri Lanka home. And it is the younger superstar of Sri Lankan cricket, Pathum Nissanka, with his second T20I 100, and 100 that has sunk Australia.
Sri Lankans did it in a canter. 12 balls remaining, 8 wickets in hand. In fairness, in that chase, they barely broke a sweat. There were boundaries galore, sixes galore, and even the good balls went for singles. So, Baz, where does it leave Australia? In the short term, assuming they defeat Oman, they then need Zimbabwe to lose to Sri Lanka and Ireland. And they also need to hope they have a better net run rate than Zimbabwe and Ireland, which they might not anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they won't, because if you look at Australia's net run rate now, it's barely above Ireland. So after this defeat, it's dropped to plus 0.414, and Ireland sit at plus 0.15. So no real difference between Ireland and Australia, both with just 2 points or 1 win each. So yes, Ireland will have to beat Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka will have to beat Zimbabwe, and then somehow Australia have to get over the line over, like you said, Ireland and Zimbabwe over net run rate, which looks very difficult. Zimbabwe's net run rate 1.984. So Australia more or less out of this tournament. It'll take a miracle for them to survive and get to the Super 8s. And after being knocked out in round 2 in 2024, it could be a shambolic exit for them. And on a night where they were so far ahead, you felt in the contest, as we finished the 8th over, Mitch Marsh and Travis Head were toying with the bowlers, the Sri Lankan bowlers, who were, don't forget, they were a bowler down. Pathirana went down after just 4 balls, clutching his hamstring, had to walk off the field, limp off the field. And from that point on, from the moment Travis Head got out, there was a mini collapse at that point. They had another opportunity, Australia, 4 for 160 at the start of the 17th over. They could still have powered on. Maxwell and Inglis both with a life each, a reprieve each, had got their eyes in, 20-odd each. And then the collapse of all collapses, 6 for 21 in 4 overs, just wasn't good enough. And Sri Lanka just came out, and a masterful run chase from them. Pathum Nissanka and Kusal Mendes with a big partnership. But don't forget the role that Pawan Ratanaike played as well. Came in and hit boundaries to start his innings. And the Australian bowlers just didn't look the part. Adam Zampa and Nathan Ellis, the two most senior and most seasoned of the bowlers, just didn't look like they were going to take a wicket. Marcus Stoinis picked up the 2 wickets to fall, but he went for 20 runs in his final over, and that really for me was the final nail in the coffin. Sri Lanka win with 2 overs to spare.
Which is a big margin in a T20 game.
Yeah.
Big margin. Nissanka broke the record for the most runs in boundaries in innings in a men's T20 World Cup for Sri Lanka. 70 runs out of 100 in boundaries. Amazing. 10 fours and 5 sixes all over the ground. And the table you're right, Baz, looks pretty grim for the Australians.
Very grim.
So they need to win big against Ireland and hope Zimbabwe lose big twice.
Yeah, I mean, they have to... And the thing for Australia is, Australia-Oman, which we are going to call in person from Melbourne, could be a dead rubber. If Zimbabwe win either of their games before then, because Australia-Oman is the last round 1 game on the schedule, so by then we'll know, and Australia will know by the time they play their next game what their fate is. So you can look at it and say, well, that could be an opportunity for them, but they'll have to really make up some significant run rate unless Zimbabwe are absolutely ripped apart by both Sri Lanka and Ireland, so that their net run rate drops a lot. So you're asking for too much here, and honestly, Australia, on the basis of the cricket that they've played, just don't deserve to progress.
Agree with you completely. Yeah, it's been a poor tournament for them, and there'll be lots of questions asked around selection and preparation, and it's been disjointed, hasn't it? Selecting Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood initially, who've then been ruled out. Unlucky with Mitchell Marsh's injury. Unlucky with Marcus Stoinis' injury in the last game, albeit briefly. Steve Smith's role in the whole thing. Matt Renshaw as the top scorer being dropped. You can justify any of this, but it hasn't worked. The bottom line is it hasn't worked. Just waiting for some interviews here post-game.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk all you want about, should Steve Smith have been in this squad or not. I mean, they went in with probably the best options they had for the format. But Maxwell has failed. Tim David has failed. Cameron Green has failed. So Marcus Stoinis really hasn't done much. I mean, he got runs in the first game against Ireland. And, I mean, there's just been a litany of failures from the Australians, and what do you expect?
No shame losing to Sri Lanka at home, even though it was a big loss.
Yeah.
The Zimbabwe loss is the one. You expect to beat Zimbabwe 10 times out of 10 if you're Australia, and that meant that they couldn't afford another slip up, and Nasanka played the innings of the tournament and consigned the Aussies to a shocking defeat. We'll cover all this on the new ball tonight actually, Baz, a bit later on.
Yeah, I know. I think 17 hours from now.
Looking forward to doing that. So there it is. An amazing win for Sri Lanka. Credit where credit's due. They've already qualified now for the next stage. They've got one more game left. Australia also have one more game left. That's against Oman. They're relying on a huge win there, but before then they need Zimbabwe to lose, and lose heavily to Sri Lanka, which is possible, but lose heavily to Ireland, that's a big ask given where the net run rate is now. Baz, thank you for your time tonight. You've been excellent as always. We'll see you later on tonight on the new ball, where we've got the interview of a lifetime when Shadley joins us, the leading wicket taker in this World Cup. Matty Donald, Salty's not far away. He's going to take the audience through the next hour or so before everyone starts to wake up and realise that Australia's been absolutely belted by 8 wickets with 12 balls remaining, and their World Cup campaign is in a state of despair. Thanks for joining us. Have a great night.
Owning a business can be rewarding thanks to Qantas Business Rewards and Red Energy. Switch your business to Red Energy on a Qantas Red business plan by March 31 and earn a share of 1.5 million Qantas points. Plus, you can earn up to 20,000 bonus Qantas points for your business when you pay your first electricity and gas bills in full. Call Red Energy on 131 806 or join online. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets available at redenergy.com.au/EFS.
SEN's expert coverage of the ICC T20 Cricket World Cup for Host Plus. Named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Get ready for the road ahead. Save big time for your next adventure. The Gen 1 canopy clearance is now on at Maxliner Australia. Prices slashed. Limited stock must go. From just $4,400. 3-year warranty, 300 kilo payload, push button entry, internal steel frame. You can't go wrong. Well, unless you miss out on the deal, that is. Maxliner Australia. Gen 1 canopy clearance ends March 31. See website for T's and C's. Buy online now or find your nearest stockers at maxliner.com.au.
Australia's best kept sporting secret? Not anymore. The biggest WNBL season of all time is coming to an end. Australia has been watching world-class hoops unfold right here in record numbers. It all comes down to this. WNBL 26 finals start now. Don't miss a moment of the series from February 14th through to March 4th. Catch every finals game on 9Now or ESPN on Disney+. Get your WNBL tickets, merch and info at wnbl.com.au or download the free WNBL app now.
Sign up to Pub Plus footy tipping this season and take your rightful place atop thy table. You could win a share of $100,000 as well as weekly prizes each round. Join a venue league and be crowned top tipster at your local, or start your own competition and reign supreme over your mates. Download the Pub Plus app today and get tipping.
T's and C's apply. See staff for more details. Excludes ATT. 18 plus only. Authorised under New South Wales Authority number GOCLP/1049 and TP/03817.
Impress at your next barbecue or dinner with something from the top paddock, smoker's pit, or even tasty dry-aged beef from the Butcher Club, a traditional caring butchery that's simply not your average butcher shop. Sourcing quality produce delivered with exceptional customer service, it'll be a shopping experience to remember. Their grass-fed beef and lamb, hormone-free pork, free-range chicken and seafood are all locally sourced and 100% Australian. And they've got you covered with 10 locations across Melbourne. Visit thebutcherclub.com.au.
To some, you're a plumber. To us, you're the everyday hero who keeps the world flowing. That's why, to celebrate World Plumbing Day, we're celebrating you. So plumbers, head down to your local Reece branch on Friday 13th of March to grab a feed, a cold drink, free, limited edition merch and plenty of good vibes. It's our way of saying thanks for everything you do. Reece works for you.
When an inspector walks on site, will they find safety or shortcuts? The WorkSafe Construction Pocket Guide helps you nail the basics: scaffolds, trenches, manual handling, crystalline silica and more. It's packed with clear checklists to help you meet your obligations on site. If you haven't read it, you're not inspection ready. Don't wait to be caught out. Search WorkSafe Victoria Construction Pocket Guide.
Mackay Timber is 100% family owned and operated and has been servicing the building industry for over 80 years. Mackays provide quality Tasmanian oak and imported timbers through our distribution centre in Dandenong. So whether it's a residential build or a large commercial project, Mackays have you covered statewide or nationally through our supply chain network. So ask your architect or builder if they're using Mackays for the timber in your project. And if they're not, ask them why not.
With Mimosa Homes, a better tomorrow starts today. Enjoy exclusive savings on premium upgrades that enhance style, value and everyday comfort. Elevate your kitchen, add smart home features or upgrade cooling and blinds so your home feels complete from the day you move in. With over 50 display homes across Melbourne and Geelong, plus their 50-year structural warranty, you can build with confidence, knowing they're with you for the long haul. A better tomorrow starts today. Visit Mimosa Homes. Mimosa Homes.
For Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. And for Henley Homes, hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. The 2026 ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup on SEN Cricket.
A very good morning to you, one and all around the nation. Welcome to SEN's coverage of the T20 World Cup. We are in the T20 World Cup wash-up here for the next hour. My name is Matthew Donald.